Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the special city council meeting for April 28th, 2026. We have a quorum, so we can begin with a roll call, please.
Councilmember Maloney.
Present.
Vice Mayor Pearson.
Present.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans.
Here.
Mayor Meyer.
Here, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Public comment time for tonight's items will be 3 minutes each. In order to ensure that all speakers feel welcome to share their views, members of the audience are kindly requested to refrain from applauding or speaking to the council from the audience without being called upon first. In addition, in order to maintain decorum and ensure that no one's sight is obstructed, public commenters are reminded not to approach the dais.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items listed on this special meeting agenda. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to items on the agenda. I have no speaker cards in person or hands raised.
Do we have a motion to recess to closed session?
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are recessed to closed session. Good evening, everyone. We're going to get started. Okay. We are coming back from our closed session. There we go. Had to do it. Coming back in from closed session, and we have nothing to report. We need a motion to adjourn closed session.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Closed session is adjourned. Moving into our regular city council meeting. Let's begin. We have a quorum. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza,
Here.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
Present.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Here.
Councilmember Maloney,
Present.
Mayor Meyer.
Here, do we want to take roll call of the shadows too? Are you all here? Okay. Can you all? I don't know.
Sorry, I'm having an issue with the monitors showing the council chamber. Give me just one quick moment.
Okay.
While we're working on that, is there a way to work on the air? It's very warm in here. Thank you.
We're good.
Proceed. Okay. Can please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we get into public comments, we are going to start with presentations. And our first one is item C1, Youth in Government, e-bikes legislation overview. Terrence Davis, Assistant City Manager, will give the presentation.
Yeah, I got you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and Community. Terrence Davis, Assistant City Manager. So tonight I have a quick presentation on e-bike legislation, and this is really in honor of our youth in government colleagues we have with us today, and a policy issue that we think is really relevant to their cohort and their group. So we're going to go through a very brief presentation and then make some recommendations in terms of next steps. Assembly bills, pending legislation, go over some Brentwood specific safety data that we have from our Brentwood Police Department. Then we'll share just a couple of very quick California municipal policy examples to show what others are doing, and then some considerations and next steps for the council. So the foundation for e-bike legislation goes back to 2015, AB 1096, and this is the fundamental defining law that established the three classes of bikes, class 1, 2, and 3, which you'll hear about more in the presentation. I won't go into specifics here. You can kind of see the definitions, but this is really the cornerstone and the building block that future legislation and local ordinances were developed from. What's very key to understand is that this determined that an e-bike with a motor under 750 watts, which is important in terms of speed and also safety, is treated as a bicycle. Anything more than that is treated as a off-road vehicle. In 2024, there was some additional legislation that added some more details in terms of the throttle reclassification, what determined a pedal assist bike, when operable pedals were required, battery safety, some labeling requirements, and then out in 2028, this bill also included a rental ban, and that rental ban is not an outright ban. It is a ban if the battery in the bicycle doesn't meet certain requirements as prescribed by previous legislation. So this is really kind of the next phase, if you will. And we keep building. In 2024, Governor Newsom signed 4 additional bills, and these, again, they're presented here as a package because they continue to refine and define not only what class of bikes should have particular legislative regulation, but also really just starting to do some pilots here around age. So you'll see AB 1778 and AB 2234, which I'll talk about a little bit later, were two pilots that are currently in effect specific to counties, Marin County and San Diego County, and those bills both banned riders under a particular age. So they gave cities in those counties the ability and the authority to pass local ordinances to restrict usage. And I'll, again, provide one of those examples shortly. Right now in 2026, the next package, if you will, of bills has just come forward. These are in effect now. Again, additional regulations around reflectors, increased authority for police impoundment. Also, defining e-motos, so the difference between a bike with pedals and something that does not have pedals, and those are now required as an off-road vehicle and require some identification plates like a motorcycle would or a vehicle or a car, right? So they are no longer e-bikes. And then lastly, there were further refinements in terms of banning modifications to e-bikes. And previous legislation really targeted mechanical modification of e-bikes, and this legislation extended that to apps, so mobile apps or computer apps that can be connected into the computer of the units that could essentially make modifications to have the bikes be faster or do other things. And so that was the latest package. So now let's talk quickly about what's coming or in action right now and being considered. These are not adopted bills. These are all right now in the legislative process in Sacramento. So SB 1167 has some additional language in terms of the standards between e-bikes and e-motos, AB 2284, this allows the Attorney General to publish lists about which devices meet the requirements of the legislation and which do not. AB 1942, again, targets some illegal e-motos that make it into the marketplace and go after standards in terms of making sure that they meet the requirements through labeling and some other regulatory systems there. AB 1569, which I'll say, particularly for our colleagues today, is right now past committee and looks like it will likely take effect and move through the legislative process. And this, any K through 12 student must complete a CHP approved e-bike safety course to park their bike on school grounds. So that is very popular right now with the legislature. And then finally, another pilot, San Mateo County is also moving towards having a very similar pilot that would allow the restrict children under 12 from class 1 and class 2 bikes. So you can see over time the kind of stacking of legislation. These are all right now either in committee or moving forward in the process, but I'm presenting them here. There are 8 total bills that are right now in Sacramento. I'm giving you these 5 because these are all moving through the process and have pretty wide support. So it's very likely that some form of these bills will be adopted. So why are we here? So you've heard about the legislative history in the state. I reached out to Brentwood PD for their latest statistics on both collisions and calls for service related to e-bikes. So from 2025, January to present, there have been 4 reported collisions. And you see here 1 no injury, 2 have had minor injuries, and there's 1 major injury. And the chief can certainly speak to any of those if desired. There have been 50 calls for service that are categorized as miscellaneous calls, and those include anything as a disturbance to others and also anytime there was reckless riding. I want to just point out, this is what's reported. Obviously, you can make the assumption that there are far more incidents that went unreported, particularly related to disturbances or reckless riding. But this is what's been captured by our Brentwood Police Department. Here's two quick examples of some very different policies based on the legislative authority. So Carlsbad, which is in San Diego County, they have a minimum age of 12 for all e-bikes. They have a safety over fines approach, and so youth can have their bikes impounded if you are using the bike and you demonstrate reckless behavior or public safety risk. And those bikes are then released, not with the payment of a fine per se, but with the parent and the minor or the guardian completing a safety course. So it's really trying to drive safety and training as the tool. Also of note, Carlsbad has banned e-bikes in several parks, 2 specific parks, local parks or regional parks in their area, and then also through local ordinance allowed the city manager to add additionals if they deemed fit. On the other side, something much closer to home in terms of what we could do in Brentwood, if so desired in the future as we explore policy. Dublin has really focused on areas within their existing control that are outside of the legislation that I shared. So sidewalk policy, right now California Vehicle Code already gives us the authority to regulate sidewalks. And so in Dublin, as an example, they prohibit e-bikes on all sidewalks except for entry and exit points. They also, for parks, which we also currently, local governments have the authority, they restrict e-bikes to paved trails only. Unpaved trails are just non-motorized traditional bicycles. Just to protect the trail integrity and also that shared use and hiker safety. Here's a few menu options, if you will, as we contemplate this, as we go forward. This is not an exhaustive list, but given what I said in terms of where the legislation is headed and also what may fit for this community, here are a few things to think about. Expanded community education. We already have some educational programs, but we could potentially expand partnerships. Many municipalities partner with their local health system, so a John Muir, Sutter, Kaiser to do specific outreach. I will pause just quickly to say that John Muir has reported, I think it's between 24 and 25, that injuries at the trauma center there for Contra Costa has doubled. So many of those are head injuries, and maybe no surprise, many of their people they're treating are teenage males. And so definitely working with advocacy groups may be a valuable strategy. Also, there's a possibility to prioritize infrastructure investments, identify key corridors, and look at enhanced safety improvements and roll that into some of the other improvements that our engineering department is already contemplating. And then finally, evaluate a local ordinance where the council has the authority. So again, this is a focus on parks, sidewalks, commercial zones, and trail speed limits where you get some slow zones. So as an example, a focus on downtown Brentwood or slow zones on multi-use and city parks. There's all options for a potential local ordinance. So now what's next? This is just a receive and file, particularly for our youth and government colleagues again. So, but you can expect this is a real policy issue in the future to get legislative updates from staff as we develop additional recommendations in the future. Immediately, the recommendation tonight is that you direct this item to the city manager sitting behind me to take to their May 4th session to gather additional feedback from his youth and government colleagues. As we go forward, based on that feedback from youth and government, we also may want to consider engaging our youth commission or other community groups for feedback as we look at policy development over time. That concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Terrence. That was really actually very educational. This might be a good time before we move into our next presentation to explain, for those of you who don't know, why we have extra people sitting at the dais. Tonight is our annual partnership with the Brentwood Lions Club and the Youth and Government Program, through which area seniors, Brentwood seniors, come and join city council and staff and shadow them. Today, we spent a lot of hours together doing that. They took some tours around the city, asked a lot of questions, very, very good questions. And then tonight, they're shadowing us to learn a little bit more kind of on the job. And next week on Monday, they're going to be hosting a mock city council. Stacy, am I missing anything? Stacy's been very, very involved. Stacy leads that on the city staff side. Okay, so thank you again. Our next item is going to be C2, the Contra Costa County Library Self-Service Sundays, and Allison McKee, County Librarian, will present.
I'll just tell you when to. Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Allison McKee. I am the county librarian for Contra Costa County. As you know, the county operates your beautiful Brentwood Library here. And I'm ready for the first slide whenever you're ready. I am here to talk about the possibility of bringing self-service Sundays to the Brentwood Library at no cost to the city of Brentwood. First, I'm going to talk a little bit about the history of Sunday open hours at libraries in Contra Costa, and then I'll talk a little bit about what self-service Sundays is and how it works, and how we plan to roll it out in the county. So prior to the pandemic, we had 9 staffed Sunday libraries throughout the county. They were very unevenly geographically distributed throughout the county. The most noticeable unevenness was that there was not a single Sunday open hours branch in East County. The way those Sunday hours were funded were the cities would notify the county librarian and say, I'd like my city, my council would like my city to have Sunday open hours, and the county librarian would generate an estimate for how much it would cost to open those libraries on Sundays. Nobody wants to work on Sundays. They were extremely difficult to staff. We had to rely on staff volunteering to work additional hours on top of their normal schedule. So those libraries were very difficult to staff, and resulted in some of our libraries being open with only 2 staff members. So it was unsafe and not really sustainable. In March of 2020, when the pandemic hit, the county administrator at the time directed all county departments to reduce their budgets by 5%. And that reduction in staff led to the discontinuation of Sunday open hours. We just didn't have enough staff to continue operating in that way. Next slide, please. So we've been hearing from our library patrons since March of 2020 that they would really like our libraries to be open on Sundays. And Sunday hours are a pretty standard offering for libraries all over the country. Because we are so modestly funded, the only way that we have been able to figure out to bring back Sunday hours is the self-service model, which is financially much more within reach. And this also allows us a way to distribute the open hours more evenly across the county. So self-service Sundays offers limited service, unstaffed services at the library. There is a security guard on site. The hours are 12 to 5 p.m. And because we want the Sundays to be evenly distributed throughout the county, that means we want to be able to choose which libraries offer Sundays initially. And so that means that the county is going to fully fund the cost of those first 6 sites in perpetuity. The first site opened on December 1st, 2024 at the Concord Library, and it has been going strong since then, and there have been absolutely no issues there. Next slide, please. The services that are available, like I said, are limited. Folks can browse the collection, they can pick up holds, they can return items, they can use the self-checkout machines to check items out and return items. They can hang out in the library for reading and study, and they can use our Wi-Fi. Next slide, please. Like I said, it's limited service since we do not have staff. So what is not available are computers, printing from the computer stations, any scanning or photocopying. We lock the study rooms since those are harder to monitor. Link Plus, which is interlibrary loan from other library systems throughout the state, is not available. There's no staff, so there is no reference help. The community room, any large community meeting rooms is not available, so there are no programs, and we don't accept donations during that time. So folks who are eligible for self-service Sundays must be 13 years or older. They have to have a library card in good standing, so no lost items on their card. They must not have been suspended from using the library within the past year. And they need to watch an online orientation and then come into the library branch and sign a user agreement in person. And for the folks who are not adults, so anybody 13 to 18 years old needs to come in with a parent or a guardian so that they can sign the waiver on the child's behalf. Next slide, please. So it works very simply. Once folks who sign up for it come into the library and sign the waiver, the staff there change the permissions on the library card so that when they approach the front door, they simply scan their library card on the machine that looks just like that, and then enter in their PIN, and the doors automatically open, and they walk in and enjoy the library. Next slide, please. So the policies are the same as for when folks are using the library when it's fully staffed. So they must follow all of our policies so that they keep the space safe for everybody. And if they do violate the policy, they could lose their right to access self-service Sundays or be suspended from the library even during full service hours for a period of time. The security guards that we have on site during self-service Sundays are fully trained in our policies, and library staff is on call on every Sunday. And I'm happy to say we have never received a call from any of the security guards on a Sunday. There have been no problems at all. Minors who don't have their own self-service Sunday card, so those who are 13 to 17 have to come with a parent. And those who are younger than 13 can also use the self-service Sundays without their own card. They just have to be with their parent or guardian the entire time. Next slide, please. So currently we only have Concord open. June 15th, I think, we will be opening self-service Sundays at the San Pablo and Pittsburgh libraries. Next fiscal year, the city of Orinda and town of Danville have agreed to launch self-service Sundays at their libraries. And we're hoping that the city of Brentwood is interested in launching this next fiscal year as well. If you do decide this is a service you would like us to implement at your library, we estimate that we'll be able to launch it in Brentwood probably the first quarter of 2027. Next slide, please. And this is the last slide. After those 6 county-funded sites are launched, any city who would like to offer self-service Sundays at their library branch can do so, and they would reimburse the county for all of the costs associated with that. That's the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Allison. Do we have any questions?
No, I just want to say thank you. And it's so nice to see you off of screen. So it's nice to see you in person, Allison.
Nice to see you too. Thank you.
I guess my question would be, if this is not an item where we take action and vote, how do we determine if we are going to accept this offer? And I think that's a Harold question.
Mayor, we currently have, for the record, to Harold Duffy, city manager, we currently have an agreement with the county where we provide extended hours. So we would look at that agreement and modify that to incorporate this in the document.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you. This is exciting. I like this process. Thanks a
Great.
lot. Thanks for coming this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next presentation is Vehicle Miles Traveled, VMT. Alan Bacalar, city engineer, will introduce this presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. With us this evening is Bill Burton with Fair and Piers and Matt Kelly with CCTA, or Contra Costa Transportation Authority, and they will be presenting VMT to us.
Thank you, Alan. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Matt Kelly, Director of Planning at the Contra Costa Transportation Authority. Bill Burton is with our consultant, who are what I'll call statewide experts on vehicle miles traveled and implementation of Senate Bill 743. So I'll get into it. So where did VMT come from? Well, it came from Senate Bill 743, which was passed way back in September of 2013, but was actually not implemented until July of 2020. So that bill changed the focus of transportation impact analysis in CEQA, our California Environmental Quality Act, from measuring the impacts to drivers and, a driver waiting in an intersection to switch to measuring the impacts of driving. How much is a project causing more people to drive or people to drive longer distances? So we used to look at this, the impact from a development as a level of service. So if I'm sitting in an intersection before a development comes in and I wait 30 seconds, well, after the development, I'm waiting another 15 seconds. That's the level of service, and level of service is A to F. So, if you wait 30 seconds, it might only be a letter grade C, but if it's degraded further, it goes down to a D, E, or F. So that was pretty easy for people to understand. If I wait longer at an intersection because there's more cars from a housing development, then it gets a worse score, and that intersection then might need some help. Now we look at vehicle miles traveled, and I'll get into exactly what that means in just a second. But the intent was to balance the needs of congestion. Like, you need development, you need to have congested areas in the middle of cities where there's lots of activities and office buildings and transit and things like that. But then the state also has goals related to infill development and making sure development is around those transit areas and areas with infrastructure built for the development. And then promoting public health through active transportation. The more people are using transit and are closer to their destinations where they could bike or walk, then that can lead to improved public health. Also, less driving can reduce greenhouse gases. So it really shifts what it does is the mitigations that come out of development that increase the amount of travel going on switches from increasing capacity, whereas before you would maybe want to add new lanes to a street or an intersection, to really how do we kind of reduce the demand for those new trips and maybe create ways that people can get around without getting in their cars. So next slide. So what is VMT? VMT is the total amount of driving generated by a project expressed in miles. So if and it's easier to look at it by what it is per capita, like how much am I driving? If before a new roadway went in, I knew there was a lot of traffic, and so I was only taking 2 trips a day. But then this new roadway comes in, there's an extra lane, no traffic. I might take 3 or 4 trips per day, and my total miles I drove might be jumped from 12 miles per day to 20 miles per day. So that's kind of the science behind VMT. So it can be reported in different ways, as I mentioned, per person, per resident, or per employee if you're talking about new office buildings, commercial buildings. Or it can be expressed in the change in total VMT. But total VMT is a hard way to look at something because it can be in the thousands or millions. So it's easier to look at it on a per capita basis. So in general, projects located in places with shorter travel distance, and that means closer to destinations and closer to transit, tend to generate lower VMT. That's just kind of the basics. And here's how VMT is calculated. This is very kind of simplified, but let's say the total, let's say we're looking at generally the 2 numbers on the right should add up to the number on the left. So, but let's say your home, actually, yeah. So your home-based VMT is measured by the number of trips you're taking that are generated from your home location. So mom, dad, and 2 kids leave the home in the morning. Mom's going to work, dad's going to work, kids are going to school. They've each started a home-based trip, and then all the trips generated from that point are part of their VMT. For a commute VMT, it's literally just measuring the trip from your house to work. So when you're looking at, say, building an office complex, we're only looking at that one trip. But if you're looking at a residential development, you're looking at all those home-based trips. So it's really just looking about the number of trips that one takes per day from or to a certain destination. And it's, how is it measured? It's not people kind of with a pedometer or their phone, measuring how they're going. It's measured using models. So big, complex computers that have a lot of data that can kind of compute the types of trips people are taking, where they're going in general, and the amount of miles. When you're doing a VMT analysis, which is now required under CEQA, you're having to factor in the land use, where the project is being proposed, the size of the project, the location, is it near transit? What are the surrounding land use patterns? Are there just homes, or are there stores that someone could walk to or ride their bike to? And yeah, next bullet is access to jobs, housing, service, and schools. So what are the range of places or destinations that someone could reach? And that lowers VMT. And then proximity to transit, walking and bicycling options, all those lower VMT. So for CEQA review, the analysis basically looks at how the project would perform against an adopted threshold. So every location either has to have an adopted threshold or utilize an adopted threshold. And that's generally what happens in Contra Costa County, but I'll explain the nuances in just a moment. So once again, it's make sure everybody understands there's the absolute value or per capita looking at it. We generally look at it on a per capita rate because then you can understand how it affects the individual, and it's a smaller number that's kind of easy to understand. And really what it focuses on is the efficiency of the project and the project location. So is the project in a transportation efficient location? Does it already have low VMT? And if so, the incoming project would also presume to have to be a low VMT generating project. And here's a map of what VMT looks like in our fair county, Contra Costa. And if you know where you're located here, well, we're located in a kind of a medium VMT area, but surrounded by very high VMT. So most of East Contra Costa has very high VMT rates, and that's just because it's further from the majority of jobs, further from transit, and other services in general. But as you get closer to the BART stations, to kind of the center of town, you do see VMT going down. And then if you look in kind of central county and West Contra Costa, you'll see that VMT in general is much lower out there. And it's just because of the location and the number of destinations, within a short distance or by transit. So I'm just going to compare the two measures that we're used, or the measure we're used to dealing with, and that's level of service. So that's that kind of just really quantifiable measure of traffic congestion, and it's just looking at delay, and it's ranked A to F, free flowing to gridlock. You know when you're in LOSF. LOSF is Highway 4 coming east from Concord to Bay Point at 5 p.m. That's LOSF. So next slide. And then LOS is not VMT. So VMT is looking just at cars and light trucks, looks at how far the driver of those vehicles are driving in a day or a year. And it looks at what a project generates in terms of changes to that rate. So next slide. So now I'm going to talk real quick about how CCTA is involved. We are what is called a congestion management agency for Contra Costa County. We have a half-cent sales tax that we administer for funding projects around the county. Part of that half-cent sales tax is the growth management program. That was part of our measure, Measure J. What the growth management program seeks to do is to focus transportation around existing infrastructure, reduce the need for greenfield development, and protect our agricultural lands. That's been around since 1988. VMT kind of aligns with that. So as part of the growth management program, we do provide guidance and a set of technical procedures that is consistent across the county. So both developers and consultants who are working on behalf of cities or developers know how to analyze VMT. It used to be about LOS, now it's about VMT. We still allow analysis of LOS, so local jurisdictions can take advantage of that knowledge still. They just can't deny a project because of the impact on LOS. So we heard from the cities that they needed support with implementation of SB 743 and VMT. So we oriented our guidelines that are required under the growth management program to, make that analysis and that transition easier. So our methodology that we developed it's mostly informed by state rules. We did develop some local thresholds here that are in line with state rules, but we feel are applicable in Contra Costa County. We've set up a whole set of processes. We have a model available for everyone to use, and we took input from all our local planning directors, engineers around the county from the 19 jurisdictions in the county. So as I mentioned, those guidelines provide the thresholds that you all use when you're determining impacts from a project, screening criteria for which projects can be screened out, and then all the tools and methods on how to do the calculations, and then what types of mitigations are appropriate for mitigating the impacts of development. And then here's what VMT looks like on a city-by-city basis. So I'll just point you guys are over kind of on the right half, about a third of the way from the right. And you're, pretty average for East County. And then those lines, those horizontal lines show the thresholds for both commercial and residential development. So you will see you are over the threshold. So now I'm going to let Bill talk about impacts and mitigation, the exciting part.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Well, since the city doesn't have their own guidelines, they're falling back on the CCTA's guidelines. So let's kind of go through what those state. First, the guidelines do allow for screening. So if a project meets any of the screening criteria, it's going to be presumed to have a less than significant impact and nothing else needs to be done. The second part of the guidelines is what analysis method is appropriate for the particular development, be it a retail development or an office development or a residential development, and then which significant threshold applies. And the level of review obviously is coincident with the project's land use, where it is, how big it is, its location, and sequence context. And then, as I'm sure you've probably been made aware of, recent state legislation has really changed the ministerial approval for CEQA, specifically AB 130. Next slide. So yeah, how do we apply these as a consultant team? How would we apply this to projects? First, the screening criteria. So these are things like a fire station, a police station, a school, a small mom and pop restaurant would meet the screening criteria. Metrics. So if the project does not screen out, now we got to go back and do a VMT analysis. We're going to choose the most appropriate tool, the CCTA model. We're going to run the project through the model and then evaluate it against the appropriate threshold. The threshold will be 85% of an average, and that average could be the countywide average, the citywide average, the 9-county Bay Area average. It will be 85%. So the project, in order to not have a significant impact, is going to need to be below 85% of whatever is the applicable average. And then if we do find impact, then we have to find mitigation, and CEQA requires that mitigation be feasible. We can't just throw things out there. So this is kind of a flow chart that's in the guidelines. It kind of describes what I just went through. First, we're going to do the screening criteria. If you meet a screening criteria, you're done. If you don't, then you have to do additional analysis. You find an impact, then you have to find feasible mitigation. So let's go through mitigations. This is always a hot topic. If you do have an impact, you need to find mitigation. It has to be feasible. So traditionally, you're focusing, SB 743 really was focused on the types of land use and their location. So to the extent you can change the size, the characteristics of the location, that's going to bring things down. Subsidize or improve transit access. Get people out of their cars by improving walking and bicycle infrastructure. Pricing of parking is a very effective measure when appropriate. So that's reducing the number of trips. If we want to reduce the length of vehicle trips, because there's VMT is two numbers multiplied together, increase the access and locate projects in efficient VMT locations. So these are transportation demand management measures. These are things like bus passes, et cetera, improved bicycle and pedestrian facilities, transit access, land use changes, participation in a qualified VMT mitigation program. None of those are currently available, but are being worked on. The CCTA has explored a VMT mitigation bank. The state of California is currently fast and furiously working on a mitigation bank. They're supposed to publish on July 1 of this year what the guidance on that will be and how we can all participate. Go ahead. Next slide. So I just picked a random project. It is just a project. Let's just walk through how this particular set of guidelines apply to that project. It's a cancer center. It's an employment job center in Lafayette. So the CEQA transportation study it is done. It concludes there's a significant VMT impact because people have to drive too far to their job relative to the standard. So the CEQA document develops a mitigation measure, and then it's required that development provides subsidies for BART and bus use. They're going to have to provide either a shuttle or paid for car service to the BART station, have to provide carpooling incentives and a guaranteed ride home program. And all of those measures, we do calculations which show what the VMT would come down by, and the impact is reduced to a less than significant level in that example. So love to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, I just want the public to understand that your state legislators have now made it so that we cannot deny projects because of traffic. And where it used to be levels of service, so how long do you sit at a stop sign? How long does it take you to go down the road? They're now using this VMT, which they won't even give us the backup for the data because I've asked for it. And they say they have models, but they never give us the output of any of the models at the county level. I understand this is your job. You have to do what you got to do. But this is just frustrating from a city perspective, because let's talk about the East County Service Building. You guys are saying that the VMT is coming within less than 15%. I don't agree with that. So I believe what's going to happen is that the county is going to come present to the Planning Commission on the East County Service Building, if I'm not mistaken. And my request would be is to actually come with the data that you use to develop the VMT. Because I don't understand how our VMT is not going to get worse when you have 400 and something employees coming down. And mind you, you're only getting 200 and something parking spaces for them. And then you have all of the people that they're going to serve, which are hundreds of people a day. So I guess my frustration with the county on this is that you don't give us complete data. So my ask is, please, when you come, I don't know who's coming to present, but please make a section of it with the VMT. I would love to see the files. I mean, I know you said it's a lot of analysis, but some of us can handle that. So please send the files and let us review them. I have really a lot of concerns about traffic in East Contra Costa, and I also think we're being sold short. As a council, we've been asking for our city to come up with a city-specific VMT for years because our VMT is lower than the county number you're doing. So then when we're forced to use the county number, the 15% isn't really our 15%, it's your 15%. And I really wish you would go to bat for cities and go, you know what, we know this is the county VMT, but this city's really different. And let me tell you why, Board of Supervisors, because right now Diane does not care about what's going to happen to our supervisor, Diane Burgess, does not care about what's happening with our traffic. And I just hope that as fellow neighbors and residents of Contra Costa, we understand the impact that it's having on all of these families that have to drive everywhere, and that now we're going to be stuck on Sand Creek, and it's going to take like half an hour to go up and down Sand Creek. It's going to be insane. The other thing that I just did not like is I understand you want to reduce people from getting in their cars. I agree. Like if we had a transit system like New York City's, I'd be all about it. We don't. And when your slide tells me that what I should do to my residents is charge them for parking to get them out of their cars, when you have 2 kids and groceries and you got to run to sports and you got to drop the other one off at music, that's really frustrating. It's really frustrating. So I mean, I understand it's one of the levers that could be a mitigation. I just think it's insulting to a certain extent to people who you say, hey, go home and take care of your kids, but then you got to do all this stuff with your kids. And I got to carry gallons of groceries home too, milk. So I'm just frustrated. I'm sorry that you're the ones taking it, but when it came to the East County Service Building, I don't think that number is right. And I do think that as a city, we have to get to our city level VMT because it is far less than the county one. And I don't think the county building would have happened had we used a city level VMT and not a county VMT.
I just want to note, I do not work for Contra Costa County. We're a transportation agency, so I can't fulfill that request you made to bring the data in as part of that report. I can try and communicate with county staff, but I'm not sure who's in charge. But I just want to make it clear, we provide, them guidance like we provide the city of Brentwood. So we, they're applying their metrics, as you said, to the project. We would support Brentwood in development of their own thresholds. So that's what my agency can support you on is definitely going through that process of developing thresholds that you believe are appropriate for this city.
Do we have to show thresholds or could we just use the ones that are available? I mean, we know what our VMTs are today. Why can't we just set that as our VMT? And then anything that comes in has to be within the 15 points of deviation up above or below.
So That's generally how it's done. We've kind of identified what VMT is around the county, and that becomes kind of the existing baseline VMT, and any new developments would have to come in at
Below.
15% below that.
Okay.
So, if the city can set a more stringent threshold if they'd like, and that's where we'd support you if that's your goal, to develop more stringent guidelines than we're already providing.
Okay, and so are you the ones that, and I'm sorry, you guys, I have a lot of questions. This has been you guys don't want development, and this is one of the things that we use to not do development, so sorry it's taking time. Do you provide the data to, like, the city or the county? Do you provide the raw data or just the output?
Generally the output, but we can provide the output kind of at the finest grain detail. We can tell you what went into the calculation, but generally there is a lot going on. It's a model that covers the 9-county Bay Area, and it does spit out a lot of data for every location, but we do have the model. It has a lot more assumptions about Contra Costa County to make the output more accurate.
Yeah.
So, and you can reach out to me anytime. I can walk you through that, because it is a bit of a black box.
Thank you, I appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
Other comments or questions? I will say that part of our discussion with our students today was about the state legislation that comes down and is forced upon us. Like, it's all cookie cutter. It's the same across all the counties, all the cities across the state. This is one of the very frustrating areas that does not allow us to do what's right for Brentwood specifically. Related to transportation, we do not have the transportation infrastructure a lot of other cities do. And right now we don't have the ability to build that. So this kind of thing is extremely frustrating to us. And I wanted the students to get an understanding of that as well. Our planning commission did make a request. We've got an item later on this agenda talking about pending agenda items, and they proposed a VMT for the city specifically September of 2024, and it's in progress, it says. So hopefully there's going to be some discussion around this and potentially feedback from you all as well. But as far as the East County Service Center, the CEQA being not required by the project, saying there wasn't enough that needed to be mitigated, this is part of that too. So there's a lot. I'm trying to kind of tie some things together to the discussion we had earlier, but this is definitely frustrating for us, and as is a lot of other legislation that kind of gets shoved down our throats. Thank you, though, for your presentation. It was thorough, and we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, just calling us back to the reason why the county's here today. The request came through staff, and Alan was brought in, the CTA, to be able to address this particular issue. But I think what we heard tonight was that, yes, there is the difference between this organization and the county. And two, then they will help support us on developing our own VMT. Okay.
Which is very, very welcome. Thank you for that as well. Okay. No other questions or statements. We're going to move on. We're actually going to now move up proclamations before public comments, unless there's any opposition to that from council. We have quite a few proclamations. I know some of you are here for that purpose, so we're going to go through them fairly quickly. Please bear with us as we do that, and I would like to invite council and secondary council to join me at the podium to do that. Thank you. Our first proclamation today is going to be for the Brentwood Lions Club. And we'd like to invite up Fred Ginsler. And when we take a picture, maybe all the Lions can come up if they would like to. Fred is the member of the Brentwood Lions who represents the Partnership for Youth in Government and who's been leading these efforts for 17 years. So he worked with the students today. He worked with staff to get everything all set up for this annual event and has just been a huge supporter of it and a huge advocate for it and believes fully in how important it is to our local students. So this is being presented to you, Fred. Whereas the city of Brentwood, of course. You can come up. You can come up now. You can come up when we do the picture, however you'd like. We'll keep going. You can decide, but when maybe we take a picture, you can come up for that. Okay. Whereas the city of Brentwood, the Brentwood Lions Club, Heritage High School, and Liberty Union High School have collaborated for the past 16 years to offer youth in government program to local high school seniors. And whereas programs such as Youth in Government empower students to develop leadership skills, critical thinking, and a commitment to public service. And whereas the city of Brentwood deems it important to recognize and honor those students participating in the 2026 Youth in Government program, now therefore it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize April 28th, 2026 as Youth in Government Day. And again, this is being presented to Fred Ginsler.
I know we're tight on time, but this would be my only opportunity to thank all the students, of course, for their participation, but especially city, their council, and staff, because they are an integral part of this whole program. Most of them that you see sitting here were at a luncheon today. They also had the students that went with them back to the office just so they could see a day at work. But I must tell you that this is a unique program. Have not found anything even similar to it, and I appreciate it. We have a new director of public parks and recs. It's under his purview, his department's purview, that this program, this is his first time seeing it. We've got a new lawyer that's offered all of his time to any questions these students may have that would benefit them in their future endeavors. We have a brand new city manager. We have an assistant city manager. So they are all brand new to this program. We have one of the best teachers ever, Mr. Butler right there. So I wanted to thank everyone that was involved in this, and especially the city for their support.
Thank you, Fred. We would love to take a couple pictures. So Lions, why don't you join us? It's a full crowd. You can see this is a huge undertaking for all of these students to have someone to shadow with today. And of course, next Monday, there will be a mock city council meeting. The city council members that are standing in here today are going to be actually making votes and talking about budgets, and then other people here are going to be supporting them in staff roles. So this is, again, a lot of investment in time and effort, but everyone involved just loves it. Thank you. We are now moving to Rebecca St. Is it Michelle? I don't want to pronounce that wrong. I'm so sorry. Okay. We are ready for her. You have a large fan club out here and the sign and everything. Okay, so I'm going to say Rebecca St. Michelle is a 5th grade teacher at Brentwood Elementary. She started her teaching career in Brentwood in 1999 and has spent over 27 years in public education. Mrs. St. Michelle is known for building strong relationships with students and fostering a classroom where curiosity, confidence, and academic growth thrive, earning her recognition as Brentwood Union School District's 2025-2026 Teacher of the Year. And now for the whereases. Okay. Whereas teachers play a vital role in shaping the minds, character, and future success of students through their dedication, creativity, and care. And whereas educators inspire lifelong learning by adapting to evolving classroom needs while fostering inclusive and engaging environments for students. And whereas the City of Brentwood recognizes the profound impact teachers have on families and on the future of our society, often going above and beyond every day. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood hereby recognizes May 4th through May 8th, 2026 as National Teacher Appreciation Week. Thank you.
I don't. Well, I would just like to say thank you for all of my students and friends that have come, and thank you for the amazing support. Brentwood is a beautiful community that I've been happy to serve.
Principal and Vice Principal like to join us too. Mrs. Mary Black, we've had a request for you to come forward as well since you hired her. And now we are moving on to Rabbi Goldschmidt. Hello. Are we all ready for this? Okay. Whereas Jewish American Heritage Month is celebrated each May to honor the rich history, culture, and contributions of Jewish Americans, and whereas Jewish Americans have made enduring contributions in fields such as public service, science, education, arts, and business, reflecting a legacy of innovation and commitment to community, and whereas the City of Brentwood values inclusivity and cultural awareness and recognizes that learning from one another's histories strengthens and enriches the fabric of our community, that now therefore it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood hereby recognizes May 2026 as Jewish American Heritage Month. Thank you so much.
This is so beautiful and so official. If I hold on to too long, the whole traffic problem might be my problem in a minute. Don't worry, it's not that long. Mayor, council members, future leaders, thank you very much for recognizing and making a proclamation for Jewish heritage. Despite our small group, our community has a deep-rooted history in Brentwood. To highlight just a few, because we can't really highlight all of them, in the 1870s, right about the establishment of the city of Brentwood, Simon Wolf and Leopold Lieber established the very first town center, or then was known as a general store. In the late 20th century, when the city transformed into closer to what it is today, Mayor Nathan Fisher helped lead the city through its early transformation. We see this legacy to continue through families like Nathan Gursky, his son Ephraim, and the descendants thereafter, and many other Jewish pioneers and neighbors who have quietly contributed to the fabric of the Brentwood and for generations. To me, however, heritage isn't a trophy to be displayed. It's a living legacy. It's a lesson for us all. While we cannot tell every story here today, there's a clear thread running through all of our history, a commitment to acts of kindness that we are called upon to carry forward. We see the same spirit in our city's initiatives, thank God, today, with the volunteer programs and things like that. But it has to be our goal that we transform ourselves, like the stories of our heritage, from a people who simply do acts of kindness to a people who take it on as identity, to simply be kind people. Despite the challenges we face, our community remains committed to this ideal. Daniel, just a few weeks ago, by doing one of his volunteer opportunities, he met Irina. Irina is bedbound, has been out of bed for a very, very long time, and she made a simple request, it seemed to be a simple request, to get a CD, remember those things? A CD copied or scanned. Daniel tried to do that. You could be surprised how difficult it is to do today. He wasn't being paid. He took time out of his own work, and he figured out how to make a copy, run back and forth over 5 times, and figured it out for her. Over the past 2 months alone, our volunteers have made over 300 unique visits and delivered about 200 gift packages to our neighbors, including homebound and the elderly. So as we recognize the Jewish heritage, I like to leave with a challenge. Let's move beyond just doing occasional acts of service and kindness, and let's make kindness our core identity. We don't share these stories of the past to seek praise, but to inspire actions in the present. Heritage is only meaningful if it changes how we treat each other tomorrow. May we all find the strength that we need to be there for someone else, and may our actions, more than our words, be what defines the character of our city. Thank you.
One of the times I've met with Rabbi Goldschmidt, and I know a lot of us on council have done that, he was very specific in saying what he really believes is that you should wake up every day and have purpose, and have that be a positive purpose, to really think about every day what you can do to make the world a better place, to help someone in need, that kind of thing. And it sticks with me. When you say things like that, it does. Is there anyone you'd like to come up for the photo?
Thank you. Come on.
Next, we would like to welcome Mary Casey Black. Where'd she go? Mary is today representing the East Contra Costa Historical Society. And she has a teacher, a school named after her, excuse me. Whereas historic preservation strengthens community identity by honoring the people, places, and stories that have shaped Brentwood's past and continue to inspire its future. And whereas preserving historic buildings and landmarks supports sustainable growth by conserving resources, encouraging adaptive reuse, and enhancing the character of our city. And whereas Brentwood's heritage sites and cultural landscapes contribute to civic pride, education, and a shared sense of belonging across generations, now therefore it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood hereby recognizes May 2026 as National Historic Preservation Month. No one better to accept this than Mary.
Thank you so much. I would just like to acknowledge the City Council, city staff, and certainly Mayor Susanna, who has always valued the history of the area and truly sees it as a foundation for what we are today by looking at the past. And there's no better honor than receiving this on behalf of all those people who do this wonderful work out at the museum and also spreading history throughout the community. So thank you so much for recognizing that. And we are going to actually use this as a kickoff for a year-long planning for National History Month next May. And we'll work with Downtown Brentwood Coalition.
Thank you. Anyone want to join me? Next, we would like to recognize Julie Elam in honor of John Elam. John Elam was a Brentwood resident with a huge heart and an appetite for advocacy. And he would write to all of us in City Council on a regular basis to make sure that we were well aware of any challenges the older adult community in the city were facing. So we would like to honor that today for Older Americans Month. Whereas older adults are valued members of our community whose wisdom, experience, and lifelong contributions continue to enrich our civic, cultural, and economic life, and whereas maintaining independence in aging is supported through access to meaningful programs, services, and opportunities that promote well-being and social connection, and whereas older adults remain active participants in strengthening our community through volunteer service, mentorship, family support, and continued engagement in local life, and whereas the City of Brentwood proudly joins communities nationwide in recognizing Older Americans Month and celebrating the many ways older adults contribute to and shape our society, now therefore it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood hereby recognizes May 2026 as Older Americans Month. And again, this is going to Julie Elam in honor of her husband, John, who was a huge part of this city. He was former city manager. He was involved with the Seniors Club. He did a lot of volunteer work across the board, and I'm sure you know a lot more than that.
Thank you so much. John would be so honored, and he would be the very first one to say that these people who are back here, who are also on the board, as John was on the board of the Senior Center Charlotte, and Leslie, yes, and how many others? 5 or 6 others, and Howard, who's up here also with us. They're the ones doing the work, and if you've been at the Senior Center, it's such a vibrant, interesting place. There's always something going on. Every time I stop by to pick something up, it's just always such a great experience to be there. And John really, really appreciated and enjoyed the work that he did there, and again, he would be so honored to have, and surprised to get the call that I got yesterday asking me to do this. So thank you.
Thank you, Julie. This is for you.
Hi, my name's Ava. I was a part of the Youth and Government program. And next up, we have Stacy Dempsey. Water is an essential part of life, providing recreation, wellness, and community enjoyment through pools and aquatic facilities. And communities are encouraged to strengthen awareness of safe behaviors around water to reduce preventable injuries. And through education, shared responsibility, and proactive safety practices, we can ensure that every resident has the opportunity to enjoy water activities safely and confidently. And I would just like to say thank you for the wonderful tour that she's given us today. If we could give her a round of applause, please. Of course. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood hereby recognizes May 2026 as National Water Safety Month. Yeah.
I will go very quickly because I know we have a lot of proclamations, but I want to recognize our aquatics coordinator, Rachel Owen, who couldn't be here to accept the proclamation tonight because she is out on the pool deck managing swim lessons. So all of our staff is out working right now, either at Liberty, at Heritage, or over at the aquatics complex with swim team practice and swim lessons. So just a reminder, in the United States, drowning is the leading cause of death for children under 4. It's 100% preventable. We offer over 1,000 swim lessons every year at the aquatics complex, and it's vitally important that everybody, regardless of age, learns water competency skills. We're surrounded by water. So many homes have pools. So we open for recreation swim in 2 weeks on the 16th. We're open for swim lessons now, regardless of age. If you're afraid of water, if you don't know how to swim, come and see me. We'll sign you up for a swim lesson. We just want everyone to be safe and have fun this summer when it's 1,000,000 degrees outside. So thank you guys very much.
Really good job. You did so
Hi, I'm Heaven. I'm from the youth government group. So, oh, hi. Okay. Hi, I'm Heaven. I'm from the youth government group, and this award will be presented to the members of the Brentwood Police Department. Whereas National Police Week honors the. Oh, yeah, guys. Okay, so National Police Week honors the service and sacrifices of law enforcement officers, including those who have lost their lives in the line of duty, while also recognizing their families who shared in that sacrifice. National Police Week observances emphasize remembrance, resilience, and appreciation for those who uphold public safety, and the city of Brentwood joins communities across the country in expressing gratitude for police officers who work every day to foster safe, welcoming, and thriving neighborhoods. Now, therefore, be it complained, the City Council of the City of Brentwood hereby recognizes it from May 10th to the 16th, 2026 as National Police Week.
First off, for everyone at Brentwood PD, I just want to say thank you all for all your hard work in keeping our community safe. This week is to remember the fallen and all the hard work that you guys do, and also all the sacrifices that your family do as you are working. So thank you all.
So I too want to thank council for their continued support of our public safety as well as our community, city leaders. So National Police Week was actually established by Congress back in 1962. And if we go back to 1786, we've lost more than 24,000 law enforcement officers in the line of duty. So we stand here today behind the badge with honor, courage, commitment, sacrifice, and to honor those that have, made the ultimate sacrifice, and to be here as a support mechanism for the survivors as well. So that's what it's about. Actually, May 15th is Law Enforcement Memorial Day, and there's a large gathering that goes back to Washington, D.C., and they have the unfortunate task of etching the name of fallen officers at the Peace Officer Memorial. But again, it's about recognizing those that have made the ultimate sacrifice, and we'll continue to do our absolute best to honor them as well as provide the highest level of public safety to our community. So thank you for this recognition.
We'd also like to invite our city clerk back up. Standing, yes. And where's Amanda? And Sid? And Sid? Where's? Yeah, exactly. Okay. So very hot. Just read it. Don't worry about whether breathe. Breathe where you can, right? And they're already coming up. I didn't want you to have to deal with that part. And then when you're done, you can just give them the mic, whoever wants to speak.
Okay, so since they're already up here, I just start reading this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And we're just representing to here, right? And then read the entire thing, and then ask who would like to speak.
Okay.
Good.
Do I have to stand up there?
Is it might be better?
Okay.
Closer.
Okay. We're presenting this to Amanda McVeigh and Sid DeBray. Municipal clerks serve as the trusted stewards of local government records, safeguarding transparency and accountability, and demonstrate expertise in ongoing training in elections, public meetings, and administrative support, ensuring effective functioning of local government, as well as playing a vital role in fostering public trust by promoting civic participation and adapting to the evolving needs of our community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood hereby recognizes May 3rd through 9th, 2026 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week.
Thank you. Sure. It definitely takes a team effort, and I'm glad that you've been a part of it tonight. I hope you're enjoying yourself at the dais here. I just want to say thank you. It really is an honor to work and live in the city of Brentwood and raise my family here, so I truly do appreciate serving. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for bearing with us through that. It was a lot, but it was very special to us, so we appreciate your patience. And we're going to now move back into the regularly scheduled program. Oh, no, we're not. Not quite. Sorry.
Can we have our Director of Human Resources, Sakari Bashirs, come on down, please? And if we have any other members of Human Resources, Teresa, come on down. So many residents may not know, but this is our last council meeting with Sakari, and we could not let this day go by without first saying that we thank you. We appreciate you for all your hard work, your diligence, your expertise, your class, your professionalism, and just how wonderful you executed the duties of the Human Resources Department. And so all of the council we couldn't send you off without anything, and we want to say thank you for everything. And if you change your mind, we're okay with that right now. You could just say okay tonight. But thank you. You are amazing, and it's been a pleasure to serve with you. And I'm sure my colleagues have something they want to say to you.
Yeah. So I actually had a few words with you when we got here, and I cannot tell you how much I appreciate you and everything you've done for me. This is a hard role, and you've always been a rock for me, so thank you. When times have been tough, you were somewhere I could call, and you would step out of your office and have conversations with me. So I appreciate you.
When I first met you, Sakari, it was a very scary day for me because I had just been elected and was thinking, what on earth did I just do? And you sat us down, Jovita and I came in at the same time, and you sat us down and walked us through a lot of the parts that were just really confusing, and we needed to understand moving forward this other part of being on city council, which had nothing to do with being up here. So that was really helpful. And since then, I have been able to reach out to you many times and ask for your confidentiality on issues I needed some support with and some guidance on, and you always give it, and you always give it with class. And we're going to miss you very much. You've been just an incredibly I mean, classy, beautiful, professional, just an example of leadership for our city. And so we wish you the absolute best, and we will miss you.
Sakari, you were basically my first onboarding contact here. You were the face of the city when I first came on, and you did so much for me, and you helped me. And throughout just the falling down on your face and getting right back up, you've always been such a stable support for me. And there's been so many times where I just contact you and I could just go into your office and tell you anything confidentially, and you completely just supported me in any way. And I've seen you do that for employees. I've seen you do that for other council members. I think the common theme here is class. You're beyond such a classy person inside and out, and I beyond appreciate you, and I hope you go shopping with me. So thank you.
Sakari, you onboarded me as well when I first came on in council, and it was a very scary process. Pat, Tanisha, and I had 1,000,001 questions for you. The majority of my experience working with you here at the City of Brentwood is your support for the City of Brentwood. We truly appreciate everything you've done for every single employee within this city, and it wouldn't be where it is without you. So thank you very much for your service.
This is about Sakari. Folks may not know, but Sakari started the Department of Human Resources for the City of Brentwood. And to see a department that came about, what was it, maybe 8, 9 years ago? And to see how she's transformed the human resources function into being a collaborative development, teaching environment. I'm so fortunate that she picked me to come be the next HR manager a few years ago. And the last 2.5 years have flown by, and I have learned so much from Sakari, and her loss is huge. And so I appreciate everything you've done for me, for the department, the City of Brentwood, and for the community.
Okay. I'm going to keep it short. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for embracing me. Thank you for just being open. This entire 9 years that I've had here at the City of Brentwood, I was told by one of my mentors, when you leave an organization, if you leave it better than what you found it, then you've done a good job. Thank you. So I believe that I am leaving this in a better place than which I found it, and I'm so grateful. Thank you.
What council is this cohesive about one person? We all are loving you. We all agree on that. And we have a little token for you on your next journey. We wish you well. Yeah.
returning to our regular council meeting. At this point, I'd like to offer to any youth and government students that would like to leave if they feel like the night's already running a bit long. No shame, you can leave now if you'd like. You can wait a little longer. We're about to go into public comments. Totally up to you what you'd like to do. Right. Homework needs to be a priority. Okay. All right, so I guess we have people sticking around. But again, if you have to leave, not a big deal. Okay, so moving into public comments. We're getting into this rather late. I'm going to say the public comment time for tonight's items will be 2 minutes each. In order to ensure that all speakers feel welcome to share their views, members of the audience are kindly requested to refrain from applauding or speaking to the council from the audience without being called upon first. In addition, in order to maintain decorum and ensure that no one's sight is obstructed, public commenters are reminded not to approach the dais.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not listed on the agenda, items that are listed under informational reports or on the consent calendar, requests for future agenda items, new requests. Comments for the meeting's detailed agenda items or business items should be made when those items are called. Please limit your remarks to 2 minutes. The microphone will be muted when the timer expires. First speakers I have are Megan and Sahil.
Madam Mayor, can I ask if our youth commissioners, if they can have 2 minutes each so they can get through what they have to say to us? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and esteemed City Council members. Thank you for your time today and your continued support of the Brentwood Youth Commission. I am Commissioner Dowdy with Commissioner Narula. And we are pleased to report on our recent Youth Friendly Business of the Month recipients. We first recognized Tuzla Drew, a bakery famous for their pastries and for providing a welcoming community for all students. And we also honored Getty's Music, known for their dedication to music education and for providing a flexible working schedule for our local youth. And furthermore, as most of you may know, we hosted our multicultural fair on April 25th, and it was a great success. The event brought together the community of all ages, local vendors, and food trucks. These efforts directly support our mission to foster a more inclusive and connected environment for the youth of Brentwood. Thank you. Moving on to the Commissioner.
And also, right before we transition into from what we have done to what we are going to do, I just want to personally thank Mayor Meyer and Councilmember Mendoza for showing up and attending our multicultural fair. It was really great seeing you both there. And now let's move on. Right now, the Youth Commission is prioritizing new recreational events tailored for our youth and fundraisers to keep the Commissioner's coffer going. New events that are now being worked on are a career fair for older youth, which is going to be somewhere later this year, which intends to feature large amounts of businesses and mentors. We also have been working on a completely unrelated STEM fair taking place on May 9th, meant for younger audiences and having a large space for exhibitors all across the city of Brentwood from all ages and all different categories of STEM. Along with this, we recently launched the Youth Commission Civic Essay Competition on the 8th of January. I'm pretty sure applications will be closing on May 1st, so yeah. And it will be able to be accessed through this Summer Activities Guide registration page. This competition will serve as a way to foster youth engagement, allow us to give back to the community, and receive from much needed funds, as there is an entry fee. We also plan to, I think we did actually open up applications for term limited seats for the Youth Commission in the coming couple of months, or I'm pretty sure we did, yeah. Finally, we'd just like to give a big thank you to Madam Mayor Meyer and to the whole City Council for, again, allowing the Commission to exist and supporting our initiatives all these years. Now with that, thank you City Council staff and City Council members. We yield the floor.
Next up, we have Speaker Melissa Van Ruden.
Next time. Next speaker is Leaky.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. I want to share what life has been like on Chandler Drive. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, you're asleep, and then something wakes you up from deep sleep. not gradually, not gently. A commercial truck slams into the loading dock 20 feet from your bedroom wall. The backup alarms cut through the quiet of the night. Metal containers crash against each other, and then the vibration. Earthquake-like tremors, they move through the ground. You lie there awake. You wait for it to stop. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Maybe you drift back off to sleep. But the guarantee is it starts again and again and again. This has been the life on Chandler Drive for more than 2.5 years. We made the largest financial investment in our lives in homes that are slowly killing us. Through sleep deprivation, through air pollution, through conditions that were known well before a single home was ever built or sold. The noise. There was an acoustical report prepared here in 2016 during the entitlement process, before a single home was built or sold. Documented nighttime noise peaks of 73 decibels at our boundary. The city's own limit is 65. Decibel scale is not linear. It does not work like the volume on your TV. The 8 decibels represent 6 times greater energy. That is 3 times louder to the human ear. The report itself stated compliance cannot be guaranteed while Winco continues nighttime deliveries. The city approved the development anyway. Second is the air pollution. Diesel exhaust contains more than 40 toxic air contaminants, including carcinogens like benzene, formaldehyde, arsenic, cadmium. Their International Agency for Research on Cancer classifies diesel exhaust as Group 1 carcinogen, the highest possible classification. These carcinogens bypass all HEPA filtration systems almost entirely. California Air Resource Board, in its Air Quality and Land Use Handbook, advise.
I believe staff is aware of the situation. There have been some emails on this, and so there's going to be some follow-up with the resident. Okay, thank you.
For our next speaker, we have Raza.
And City Council members. I'm also a resident of Chandler Drive in Brentwood, and I and my family, that includes a kid who's barely like a month old, we have been exposed to like carcinogenic fumes coming out of diesel engines of Winco trucks, and sometimes literally like standing right next to the wall. The noise, the mini earthquakes are like in addition to that. So we have been waking up like 3 a.m. in the morning, recording, making the video, writing emails for help. And we haven't been getting any significant help. So I will continue from where Lakeisha left. And we are presenting to the City Council 3 formal demands. The first one is permanent relocation of the loading dock and trash chute to the commercial side of Winco property, where they already have that facility available, but for some reason they are not using it. This should be away from the Chandler Drive residential boundary. This is the only solution that addresses the source. The second demand is we are requesting full disclosure of every environmental study, including air quality assessment, conducted before approval of this development. We are making this formal request under the California Public Records Act. We, the residents, have the legal right to see what the city knew. And third and final demand is a specific and committed timeline for relocation communicated directly to the residents of Chandler Drive, not buried in the case files. A real timeline from city leadership presented to us directly. The City Council has the authority to act under California Civil Code Section 3479, 3480. This council has the obligation to act. I will just repeat, relocate the loading dock.
The speaker's timer has expired.
Amanda, do you need the request for the public records in writing, or?
I can accept the information that they're requesting here and play back for an official request.
Thank you.
For our next speaker, we have Samim.
Good evening, Council. Members of the Council, the evidence is on the record. The law is on our side, the harm is personal, and the time for action is now. The Council has the authority to act under California Civil Code Section 3479 and 3480. This Council has the obligation to act, relocate the loading dock, relocate the trash chat, and remove the source. Honor your obligation. Me and my wife and my 2 kids, we invested $800,000 in a property on Chandler to have a piece of life in there. And now all 4 of us live in 1 bedroom because the noise is extremely loud. And my kids, they wake up 2 a.m. in the morning and they come run to our room, and we all sleep in 1 master bedroom. All the other rooms are useless because nobody can sleep there. It's super loud and noisy, and the ground shakes. Thank you.
For our next speaker, we have Danny.
Wow. Okay. Well, first, let me start off by.
Can we restart Mr. Dorman's clock? His light wasn't on.
Thank you. You must have seen what I got ready to read here. But I want to start by thanking the kids for staying, because this is your voice. You get to speak to the people that you will be voting for. And good, bad, or indifferent, they have to hear you here. Trust me, they have to hear you here. Let me start by saying last year was a hot mess. Just a couple of examples. We lost $500,000. We lost the trust of the police, and the council slipped a bit. Fast forward to today. We've cleaned house to my left. With the exception of Amanda, who deserves a raise, Harold. She deserves a raise. And we have a great interim chief. I really wish get rid of that doggone adjective. There are those who focus on issues such as the 5th beat. It's my understanding we've hired 5 new cops. Oh, not even going to look at me now. Jeez. All right. And I believe there are 2 that are going into the pipeline. I was asked about the 5th beat, and I said, would you rather have a good cop or just a badge? We have extremely high standards. And we have new cops, again, thanks to our interim chief. I witnessed an instance last year when a group of kids were acting like kids at the streets. The Brentwood of 2003 would have had a terrible outcome. Trust me, I know. I had to deal with the chief in 2006 because the cops wanted to arrest my kid for mayhem. So trust me, and for me to support the police based upon what I just said. They wanted to arrest my son for mayhem. Should be a testament to what they're doing. Thank you.
Next, we have Tracy.
Well, hello. It's good to see you all. I was going to talk about my my issue, but I did want to thank Ms. Mendoza about the VMT questions, because that was a part of this community service center and their environmental negative impact study that I've been objecting to because of their reports are just faulty. Just about everything they're issuing these days has mistakes. So anyway, I want to thank you for that, because that's another part of my issues. But I'm also here is because I want to invite anyone of you, if you want to sign the notice of intent to recall Supervisor Diane Burgess. I have my clipboard and I can wait for you if you all are interested in it. So we're still collecting signatures. We may not need these signatures, but we're more than happy to collect as many as we can get. So I just invite you all.
Next is Paul.
Good evening. An activist stated in this chamber that the police have killed 7,000 people in the last year, I believe. Forcing division and mistrust between the community and police is part of the national defund the police movement. These activists will never give out their cards to call them if you are being attacked or if you have a medical emergency. The police do. For the record, in 2025, 1,024 people were killed during police encounters. 45 police were killed. 347 were injured. 98 unarmed people were killed. This is out of 50 million encounters. Does anyone on the council or our city manager think about asymmetrical warfare here in Brentwood? What does that mean? There are 4 basic principles: disrupt, divert, overwhelm, and defeat. A flash mob is an example. We have had these on occasion in the streets of Brentwood. This is also a common protest tactic. Are we ready for it? We are in a time of war with insurgents already in our country. We cannot depend on the state of California to respond to countywide or statewide emergencies that are caused by terrorist cells. I've asked the council and police on multiple occasions if there is a plan in place to mitigate a massive outage, say, of the water system and to harden our infrastructure. So far, I'm not aware of a response. Have you taken any action joining with other municipalities to lobby the Democrats in Sacramento, who have engineered the highest cost of gasoline in the nation, to provide badly needed cost relief to us in Brentwood? Thank you.
Next is Stephanie.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, all others present in the chamber, and those online. If you're looking for an opportunity to get outdoors, have some fun, and be part of something positive, I've got the event for you. Saturday, June 20th is race day for Miles for Mayo 5K. Miles for Mayo began in 2022, born out of loss and grief, but we chose to turn that pain into purpose. What started in heartbreak has grown into an annual tradition centered on movement, community, and giving back. Miles for Mayo 5K is more than a race, it's an experience. Kids sprinting to the finish, families walking together, friends laughing on the trail, competitive runners chasing trophies and medals, neighbors cheering, great energy all morning long. Miles for Mayo is for all ages, all paces, everyone is welcome. And every registration helps make a difference. Since Miles for Mayo began in 2022, we've donated more than $60,000 to Brentwood schools, students, and youth runners. So if you want to move your body, support local kids, or get involved, join us on June 20th. To learn more, register, sponsor, or volunteer, please visit Miles for Mayo at www.milesformayo.org. We're also on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Thank you, and I hope to see you all there.
We have no more additional speakers.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a very short break. Okay, we're starting the meeting up again and moving into consent calendar. Anything to pull, or do we have a motion?
I'd like to just talk quickly about F20.
Okay, so we're pulling F20. Any others?
I make a motion to approve consent absent all of the pulling of F20.
Second?
Second.
F20. Is that what you said?
Yeah. What?
I'm not reading lips.
We can't understand. Okay.
Okay, so we had a first and a second, yes?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
So consent moves forward minus F20. Councilmember Maloney.
No, they left.
The question from staff had arose about if we wanted to have the residents do a pre-qualification prior to actually applying or being pulled. And then I remember the city attorney said that would make it a little bit difficult for residents to do that. So did we want to actually do with the pre-qualification or just keep it the way it is?
If I can, I think the city attorney's comment wasn't that it was going to be difficult, but I'll almost speak for himself. I didn't.
So I think what I said specifically is if you implement the pre-qualification requirement, you're likely to have a smaller waiting list. And so if the objective is to cast a broader net and have the most people possible apply, then without the pre-qualification would cast a broader net. If you use the pre-qualification, you may have fewer people on the waiting list, but those people who are on the waiting list are more likely to meet the qualification criteria. And so it depends on how you're thinking about this. What do you, what your objectives are? If you're seeking the broader sort of number of people on the list, recognizing that when it comes to time for qualification, that broad number there may not be at an equally high qualification percentage. That's, the broad net is without it. If you want the higher qualification percentage, but recognizing fewer people be on the list, then that's using the pre-qualification requirement.
It sounds like it's just a question, do you want to preload the work or do the work after the fact, right? It's just you're shifting the timing. And I think I was more concerned about the buckets and people being pulled off the list more than.
I'm just worried about the pool. So if we make our pool a lot smaller, since we said that if you get picked by the lottery, you go to the next top list or qualifying list, would this just limit how many people apply for this process because they're not gonna get this pre-qualification service done?
But they won't get a house anyway if they don't qualify.
Yeah, well, and I think too that one of the concerns that the council had is that we had people that were on the waiting list, pulled the number, and then they started the qualification process, and they didn't qualify. And so by having them people do the work ahead of time, it may be a smaller list, but you'll have an applicant pool that will most likely be eligible for the program. So less likely to have someone who never started that process, who got pulled from the lottery and then finding out they're not going to be, they don't qualify. And so this was just as part of the discussion the council had. One of your members indicated that talked about supporting this, but in the final motion, it was not there. And so I put it back on just to make sure the council, if they wanted to include that, they can consider it.
I have no objections to the pre-qualification. I think the only benefit to not doing a pre-qualification is that we provide people more time as they sit on the list to become qualified. But again, like Councilmember Mendoza said, it's either we do it at the beginning or the end. And I also don't want to give false hope to people who may not qualify. We open up the list multiple times, how many cycles we do it. So if at that time they are not able to qualify at the beginning when they pre-qualify, then later at another time. But I think, to me, it dwindles down a list so we're not pulling people and says, you get the house, and then they find out they don't qualify, which is what happened.
I'm okay with that. I just wasn't sure if we didn't include it in the last motion on purpose. So I just wanted to make sure it was raised.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza, your lights on? Okay, so do you want to move that item forward?
Yes, we can move that item forward.
And we have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I don't know if that counts, Councilmember Maloney, did you motion for that one?
I'll make the motion to move F20 forward in the consent calendar.
My second still stands.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that moves forward. Thank you. Takes a couple pages to get through consent to the next item. Okay, moving into public hearings. And by the way, I'm moving the informational to the end of the meeting. I didn't disclose that before, but if there's objections, you can share that. Otherwise, we'll move into the public hearings. Jennifer Hagan, Principal Planner, will give the presentation for the next item on the municipal code updates related to gas stations, stream setbacks, and PA1 specific plan related to private and public schools.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. If you could please share my screen. Tonight, we're here to consider text amendments to the Brentwood Municipal Code related to state legislative updates, gas stations, stream setbacks, as well as updates to our Priority Area 1 specific plan, also known as PA1. On January 24th of 2023, the City Council reinitiated the city's zoning code update, including focused and phased approach that included these three main tasks to be completed. Tonight's agenda item is related to both task 2 as well as task 3. The other amendments tonight include specific zoning code updates related to Priority Area 1 specific plan, and all of these are to better reflect the community's values based on feedback from the community and the City Council, including changes to some of the permitted and conditionally permitted uses throughout the city. The first recommended update is related to our state legislative updates. Recent years have seen numerous changes in state law as well as various legal decisions that have created inconsistencies between the city's current zoning ordinance and state law. In order to create consistency throughout the zoning ordinance and to better reflect the state law, staff has drafted updates as summarized in the staff report and identified here related to the signed ordinances, processing and reviewing procedures, appeal procedures, micro enterprise home economic operations, also called MECOs, our public hearing notices, as well as electrified fences. The second recommended update is related to auto service stations or gas stations. On November 12th of 2024, the City Council decided against prohibiting all future gas stations or their expansions and instead directed staff to draft an ordinance that capped the total number of stations. Based on this direction, staff is currently recommending that the limit be set at 20 stations throughout the city. There are currently 19 existing stations in operation and licensed within the city at this time. The third recommended update is related to stream setbacks. On October 22nd, 2024, staff presented the City Council an update and requested direction on ongoing implementation and action items of the general plan's conservation and open space element. One of the specific actions related to the discussion was action COS 4F, which is shown here. And since the city requires substantial creek setbacks and riparian habitat protections already through the participation of our East Contra Costa County Habitat Conservation Plan, it is recommended that these requirements simply be reaffirmed by reference as part of the city's focus zoning update. Here is the conservation and open space easement as stated. And the fourth and last recommended update is related to our PA1, including public and private schools. The current requirements within the specific plan have created inconsistencies between the city's current specific plan and state laws outlined in the agenda report, as well as inconsistencies between the city's current specific plan and existing land uses, creating non-conforming conditions. In order to create consistency throughout the specific plan, staff is recommending updates to the specific plan to eliminate all mentions of public schools and return private schools back to conditionally permitted uses in Table 4.2 under the allowed uses. With these final recommended amendments to the zoning code, staff believes that the city code will continue to reflect the community's values, will be consistent with state law and professional best practices, will update and streamline development review processes, and will be written to be easily read, understood, and implemented. Based on this, staff is recommending that the City Council approve amendments to the Brentwood Municipal Code related to state legislative updates, gas stations, stream setbacks, as well as updates to the Priority Area 1 specific plan related to public and private school facilities. And with that, that concludes staff's report. Staff is available for any questions or comments related to any of the above mentioned.
Thank you. Any questions for staff?
I just want to say thank you for all your work on the design standards that you mentioned. I've been watching all those meetings, and it is a lot of work and a lot of detail, so thank you for all of your work on that.
Okay, with no questions, we are going to open up the public hearing.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance of this meeting. I have no speaker cards in person and no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, Amanda. I will now take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Public hearing is closed. Any council discussion on this? Or a motion for that matter?
I'll make a motion. As detailed in the staff report, I move to introduce and waive the first reading of the ordinance approving zoning text amendment to the Brentwood Municipal Code.
Second.
Amanda, can you?
Yep, and I need just one moment. Apologies. That was a much quicker discussion. And for clarification, this is in relation to the state legislative update portion. This will be 4 motions, so I'm making sure that we have the correct one. So yes, for an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood approving a text amendment, RZ 26-001 to the Brentwood Municipal Code, amending and adding regulations for signs, microeconomic home kitchen operations, public hearing notices, electrified fencing, and application review and appeal procedures to ensure consistency with state and federal law.
And the first and the second were announced. We are all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Oh, second one, that's right.
I can make the second
Just turn
one.
the page. Go ahead, Amanda.
As detailed in the staff report, I move to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance approving a zoning text amendment to the Brentwood Municipal Code.
And this is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood approving a text amendment, RZ 26-001 to the Brentwood Municipal Code to limit the total number of automobile service stations, gas stations within the city.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next one.
I might as well do the next one.
No,
she just heard it.
comes and then she reads it for the next one.
As detailed in the staff report, I move to introduce and waive the first reading of the ordinance approving a zoning text amendment to the Brentwood Municipal Code.
This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood approving a text amendment, RZ 26-001 to the Brentwood Municipal Code to add regulations and development standards related to stream setbacks.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. And the last vote, I think, did we get to the last one yet?
I'll do the last one if you want.
Last one, okay.
As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving an amendment to the PA1 specific plan, updating regulations related to private and public schools.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And it passes. Thank you. For item G2, Teresa Fairbanks, Human Resources Manager, will present this item regarding vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. My name is Teresa Fairbanks, Human Resources Manager, and I'm here to present the public hearing on AB 2561 for the City of Brentwood's vacancies and retention efforts.
As part of tonight's presentation on AB 2561, we will cover key aspects of the bill, status of the city's vacancies and recruitment efforts, city efforts in addressing hard-to-fill vacancies, and the city's retention trends and strategies. Staff recommends that the City Council receive and file the city's presentation to be compliant with Assembly Bill 2561. AB 2561 was introduced to address the issues of job vacancies in local government, which adversely affects the delivery of public services and employee workload. The bill mandates that public agencies conduct a public hearing to present the status of vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts before the agency's governing body at least once per fiscal year prior to the adoption of the next fiscal year's budget, and to also identify any necessary changes to policies, procedures, and recruitment activities that may lead to obstacles in the hiring process. The bill also requires the city to allow recognized employee organizations for each of the bargaining units an opportunity to present during the public hearing concerning vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts. The Human Resources Department did notify the represented bargaining units of the opportunity to present and did not receive any statement of interest from any of the units to do so. Lastly, if a vacancy rate in a bargaining unit is at or above 20%, the employee group may request more comprehensive reporting to be provided during the public hearing. AB 2561 was enacted into law effective January 1st, 2025, and is codified as Government Code Section 3502.3. This slide shows the vacancy rate by employee groups at the end of 2025. All of the vacancy rates are under the 20% for all of the bargaining units and unrepresented employee groups. Therefore, the city is not needing to provide any additional reporting as part of this public hearing. For the Brentwood Police Officer Association vacancies, we currently have 2 trainees in the academy that upon graduation will fill 2 of the current officer vacancies. Staff would like to share with City Council that as of today, April 28th, the vacancy rates for the Brentwood Employees Association Miscellaneous Office Division has decreased from 7% to 3%. Brentwood Supervisors and Professional Employees Association has decreased from 14% to 7%. We did see an increase in the vacancy rate for the Brentwood Employee Association Public Works Division from 0% to 2%. This was due to retirement and promotional opportunity. We also saw an increase in the Brentwood Managers and Confidential Employees Association from 5% to 16%, again due to retirements. And then we also saw for the Brentwood Police Officers Association an increase from 8% to 15%, resulting from promotions, a retirement, and voluntary separations. When addressing vacancies, the city has been utilizing social platforms such as LinkedIn and Job Elephant and targeted and more robust advertising. The city has an active launch internship program where the city is seeing an increase in interest from within the community. Human Resources has implemented an employee engagement and retention platform, Beacon, where employees can recognize their peers, receive recognition for their years of service, submit nominations for employee awards, and much more. Additionally, the city provides flexible scheduling to employees that include alternate work schedule and teleworking options, and the city also provides a variety of health, wellness, and employee engagement offerings to city staff. This is a high-level overview of the city's recruitment process, beginning from when a vacancy is created to the requisition to fill the vacancy, to a job posting, application screening by Human Resources, an examination phase, and the establishment of an eligible list. From there, the hiring department conducts their interviews, a conditional job offer is made, candidate goes through the pre-employment process, and then we have a candidate start date. So looking at the city's recruitments for 2025, there were 39 position vacancies. We posted 32 job postings, and we filled 54 vacancies. The average time to fill these vacancies were 97 calendar days, and this is based on the date the position was open, became vacant, to the candidate's hire date. Of the vacancies created in 2025, 23% of these were filled by internal promotions. For 2025 vacancies, 23 were a result of 23 were a result of separation. One was a new budgeted FTE, and again, 15 were from internal promotions. For 2025, the city ended the year with more employees than when it started the year. This indicates a high retention rate for the calendar year 2025. In review of the city's policies, procedures, and recruitment activities, we identified potential obstacles and solutions that could be remedied more immediately. These included department selection and timing and impacts to the hiring process, and then also identifying additional support needed to optimize the testing process. Solutions to help address these are continuing providing annual recruitment and selection training to our hiring managers, and then highlighting HR's role as a collaborative partner. The city's current approach to effectively recruit and retain include targeted recruitment strategies for hard-to-fill positions, the Launch Internship Program to market local government as a career choice, provide opportunities for employees to grow and develop and give them the tools and resources, foster a positive work culture, look for more opportunities to recognize employees through the Beacon Employee Engagement Platform, and support employees by providing a work-life integration, and continue to look for more training opportunities for employees to enhance their growth and development. In closing, key takeaways are, as a result of AB 2561, the city plans to continue to monitor vacancy rates for the agency and employee groups, evaluate any changes needed to policies, procedures, and recruitment activities, and continue to comply with AB 2561 and make annual presentations to City Council. This concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you, Teresa. Question?
I just have one question. Like when I go onto the website, and I've been asked this by people, I only see like 7 roles. I mean, I know police officers is duplicative, but are there roles that we don't post or we have to wait to post them? Because sometimes I feel like there might be a timing issue.
Correct. So due to when the employment requisition is received, so there might be a vacancy, and so we're just waiting for that employment requisition to go through the process. And then from there, once it's approved, we're able to meet with the hiring manager and come up with a plan to get those posted.
Great.
So there just could be a delay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to say thank you for the report.
Okay, moving into public comments, opening a public hearing.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance of tonight's meeting. I have no speaker cards in person, and there are no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Could I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Make a motion to close public hearing.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any council discussion?
No, thank you, Teresa, for your report.
Thank you, Teresa. Okay, so there's no motion for this, or no further action. All right, thanks, Teresa. Moving into item G3. This is to continue a public hearing for the unlawful, loud, or unruly gathering ordinance. The item is a request to continue the public hearing for the unlawful, loud, or unruly gathering ordinance. So to continue it, we will now open up the public hearing on the continuation.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on the continuation of this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance of tonight's meeting.
I'm sorry, why are we continuing this item? I thought we were going to do it tonight. I might have misunderstood.
No, absolutely. The purpose of the continuation is this item is still currently being worked on with the subcommittee, and it was noticed for tonight's meeting by council's direction. It was to come back tonight, and so we're still in process of completing the ordinance, and so we're asking for it to be continued to the next city council meeting on May 12th.
Can I ask a question real quick about this ordinance? And I don't know if I'm out of line, Thomas, please tell me.
Do we can
I can-
follow the, yeah.
Right, it is a public hearing, so at this time, I did not have any cards in person or hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, can
Make
we
a motion
close
to close the public hearing.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. It is closed. We're moving into council discussion.
My question is, if this is unlawful loud and unruly gatherings, could this help us with our WinCo issue, do you think?
Thomas, I don't know.
Um,
The Chandler Drive. That might be a question we can handle offline, outside of this agenda item. And if the ad hoc wanted to reconvene on that particular question, we can certainly do that.
Okay, or just if you could, I'm not sure if it covers it, but if you could just let them know yes or no.
I don't think it does. Is that okay with the city attorney?
I think that there's a specific noise ordinance that could benefit the WinCo issue, but not necessarily this one.
Okay. Okay, thank
And
you.
I appreciate you bringing that. I think the whole issue is that it's agendized to continue and not to actually hear it. So maybe just on the 12th, we can talk about if we can add that to the agenda on the 12th to see if we can cover. I feel bad she's waited for this and we're not going to talk about it. So.
We could do that with a future agenda item at the end. Oh,
Correct.
all
This
right.
item is still with the committee, so it's absolutely something within that committee's purview that they can discuss. For tonight, we would just need to know which date to continue to. We can continue to May 12th, as stated in the staff report. You can also continue to the following meeting, May 24th. Now I can't recall.
I would recommend I can follow up with the two members of the committee tomorrow and let you know, answer your question about this particular ordinance. And then we have planned to bring it back on 5/12, and then the ad hoc committee can let me respond to my email and let me know if that's still okay or if you want to proceed in another manner.
Got it.
Okay,
Thank you.
so then when the motion comes forward, if you could include whatever needs to be included here.
I'll move to continue the public hearing for the unlawful loud and unruly gathering ordinance to city council meeting of May 12th, 2026.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Did that cover everything, Amanda?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next item, H2, Sakari Bashirs, Human Resources Director, will present the next item regarding an employment agreement with Thomas Lloyd Smith.
We did skip H1.
Too excited about H2. All right, moving into H1, Sakari Bashirs, Human Resources Director, will present the next item regarding amending and retitling City Council Administrative Policy Number 20-23.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member, and staff. The item before you tonight for consideration is retitling our current policy and also adding more language that makes it more robust in terms of, there was some discussion previously by council about anti-racism. And since this policy already covers that, the ask was just to make that part of the policy more robust. So there was a lot of discussion after council asked the Debbie committee to take a look at this. And I worked directly with the Debbie committee. The executive committee, the executive staff has reviewed the policy. It was also reviewed by the bargaining groups. And so what you see is a collaborative effort and of those different individuals part of this conversation to make this policy what you see tonight for your review. It also has some legal updates too, so there were some legal changes that are here, and this policy was also reviewed by outside legal. So if you have any questions, I am available.
Any questions for Sakari? Okay. Moving into public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance of tonight's meeting. I do have one speaker card in person. Melissa?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. I want to begin by expressing my support for the updates made to this policy and many thanks to the Debbie Committee. That's why we have them. It is clear that a great deal of thought and care has gone into strengthening the city's commitment to a workplace that is respectful, professional, and accountable. The clarity around harassment, retaliation, and protected classifications matters, and it sets an important baseline for how people show up for one another as colleagues and public servants. At the same time, I want to speak to the reality of implicit bias and microaggressions. Not all harm is loud. Not all harm is intentional, and yet it is still harm. A couple of years ago, I had the opportunity to hear a phenomenal woman speak on the topic of microaggression and implicit bias, which are topics that often live just beneath the surface of policies like these. We know that bias doesn't always announce itself in overt discrimination. It can show up in small, cumulative ways. Who is interrupted? Who is overlooked? Who is described as difficult versus passionate? Or whose ideas are heard only after they are repeated by someone else? These moments may seem minor in isolation, but over time, they shape workplace culture in profound ways. This policy takes an important step by recognizing that intent does not determine impact. Equally important is how we respond when someone speaks up. When a colleague tells us that something we said or did was harmful, even if we didn't mean it that way, the moment is an opportunity to listen, reflect, and to grow. Dismissing those experiences or becoming defensive only reinforces the exact harm this policy seeks to prevent. Truly listening is part of accountability. When individuals are subject to hateful or demeaning language day in and day out, it takes a real toll. It impacts mental health, a sense of safety, and the ability to fully participate in the workplace. Over time, that kind of environment erodes dignity and well-being in ways that are deeply consequential. This is a strong step forward, and my hope is that the implementation continues to center not just compliance. Thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Moving into council discussion.
Go ahead, Faye. You can go. She was gonna push it.
I'll make the motion.
Oh, okay. Well, I just wanted to say to Robert Bill, who is not here, and to Sakari Bashirs, Director Bashirs, thank you so much for just staying the course with the Debbie Committee, for making sure that this came to fruition. On social media, there was a lot of slack with lack of understanding. People read the topic and don't go further to dig about what this was. But this was really to provide a space where all of our employees here at the City of Brentwood were treated with respect, dignity, to create spaces that are equitable. And I am so thankful for your diligence and your hard work. And I'm grateful to my council members. To all 4 of you, I am so grateful that you were a yes and that you all have exhibited and been consistent about supporting this policy to make sure that we create spaces that will be inclusive for all people. So thank you so much. And with that, did you want to go ahead? I'm sorry.
Sorry, I wanted to make one comment. There was a section A, protected classification, where it says the uses of age, and in parentheses, 40 years and over. And I'm not feeling like the actual years, 40 years and over, need to be in there. And I say that because people are also discriminated against for being young. Someone could start a job and people mistreat them thinking that they don't know anything because they look young. So it could be like a perceived age, but I don't know if I think the number 40 actually belongs there or needs to be there.
Is that is that because we're aligning ourselves with Title VII regulations?
Yes, it is based on law. So that's why we have the 40 years in there.
Okay.
Yes.
So do we need to say anything about, I mean, because I feel like people do get discriminated against for being young too, or for whatever their perceived age is. but it's not something we can just, okay, disregard.
And I want to acknowledge that you're correct. People do get discriminated against because of their youthfulness. I remember when I first started practicing law, someone came into the office and said they did not want to see me, one, because I didn't have enough gray hairs. And so they perceived my age. I thank God they thought I was younger than I was, but they didn't know that the person that had the gray hairs was practicing less years than I had been practicing. So I understand, but I think as long as we're aligned, I think it's more safe for us to align ourselves with Title VII. But I appreciate that because I want to acknowledge that people are discriminated too for being younger. And do you guys mind if do you all mind if I bring the motion? No, this one means a lot to me. As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt the resolution approving the amended and retitled City Council Administrative Policy number 20-23, retitled as Prohibiting Discrimination, Harassment, and Retaliation.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. And the motion passes. Congratulations, Debbie members and staff who were involved. This was a long time coming. Okay. Item number H2, Sakari Bashir's Human Resources Director will present the next item regarding an employment agreement with Thomas Lloyd Smith.
Yes, this item before you tonight for consideration is one of the hires that council can make. They hire directly the city manager and the city attorney. So this contract is for the city of Brentwood and Thomas Lloyd Smith to be the city's next city attorney. The city worked with the Peckham and McKinney to do an executive firm to do a recruitment. Based on the outcome of that, council elected to move forward with a contract that you have before you tonight. That contract includes negotiations between the city, Thomas Lloyd Smith, and also our outside legal who reviewed this. City staff, I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions for staff? Okay, moving into public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance of tonight's meeting. I have no cards in person, and I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, Amanda. Into discussion.
I just want to say that there were a lot of internet trolls who had a lot of comments to make about Mr. Lloyd Smith's coming to the city of Brentwood. I could not be any more honored to have you as a city attorney. I'm so grateful. Some of the comments that don't require a lot of discussion because they are what I call them, trolls, who did not have the courage to show up either on public comment on Zoom or in person, were about your qualifications and those of other candidates. I want to say that we're very lucky and blessed in the city of Brentwood to have you. And he is beyond qualified, and I look forward to working with you. I think that your career just shines light on who you are, your demeanor, your persona, your education, your knowledge. I can say that I've heard the council all say we're grateful for how you present and how you show up for us. And so I'm excited. I'm so excited. I almost gave you a ooh at the very beginning when they called this out. I feel like it deserved a wolf howl or something. But thank you, sir, for being here. Thank you for accepting our offer, and I appreciate you. I'm so grateful to have you.
Other
Yeah, I'm
comments?
going to echo a lot of those same sentiments. When we found out we needed an interim city attorney, I didn't hesitate. I knew who I thought would be the best fit for our council and for the city of Brentwood. I've seen you in action. I've sat in the chambers when you've been doing your work, and I've always been beyond impressed. I mean, people don't know, but when there was an item I needed help on, you helped the person that I reached out to. And I've always been grateful, and I've always been impressed with your work. I have nothing but good things to say about you from before and from since you've been doing the job as interim. I don't think the public sees what we require of our city attorney and our city manager. And I mean, you're both great, but talk about you. I am just beyond impressed with the work that you produce. I mean, we are a demanding council. I mean, you've probably noticed that. And we all have very different skill sets. And for you to be able to write something that fits the need of each of us 5, that is a gift. And you have that gift. And you are so intelligent. And I am just so, just so happy that you're here and so thankful that you decided to come and be interim. And then when the opportunity came, you decided to apply. So I thank you very much. I am so excited about what's to come to Brentwood with you there in that seat. So thank you. And when it's time for the motion, I want to make it. Yeah.
First off, I've told you already, I am so grateful that you're working here in such a short period of time that you've been here. Your leadership, your communication style, your emotional intelligence, the way you're able to navigate these adversities that whether we're going through and just kind of navigating every other thing that's happening in the city, it's been amazing to watch. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your support. I'm really looking forward to working with you, and thank you to your family for lending you to us as well.
Again, I would like to reiterate what everybody's already said. I'm a man of very few words. I don't say a whole lot sitting up here, but I was truly appreciative of the way you treated all 5 of us for the 2.5 months as when you were the interim city attorney. The best interview process we could have ever had was watching what we were going to get. And I'm very excited to work with you. The agenda reviews we've already attended. You're very in depth with all your explanations. You take the time to make sure we understand where you're coming from, and we don't get that all the time. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it, and welcome aboard.
And my turn. And I want to actually also jump on the bandwagon. When we first started about talking about our interim, my mind immediately went to you because I had seen you in action years ago through other positions that I held. And watching you back then, I was so impressed with your intelligence and professionalism and the ability to kind of stay in a very calm space, even when things get rough and contentious around you, really said something to me. So I was looking forward to bringing you in as an interim, and then just to watch you in action from then on. It's incredible what you've been able to do for us. And I think one of the really, really beautiful things about a good city attorney is when they can speak to everyone differently, and make nobody feel stupid or uninformed or uneducated, because we all don't have the degrees that you have. Maybe some do, similar. But you explain things in a way that makes sense, that is not in any way, shape, or form condescending, and that is relatable. And now seeing you with the students today, kind of watching you with the youth in government, was a great experience too. And I think you'll probably bring people into your world that way. I'm very, very happy that you've joined us. I look forward to new beginnings for all of us. I think what we're showing here is that we do know exactly what we want. We were all in consensus here, obviously, and we have strong beliefs about the leadership team we've brought in. We feel like Brentwood has an incredible future, thanks to both of you and a lot of everyone else here too. But you are a welcome addition to this team, and I'm so, so glad you joined us.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
And with that, we'll take a motion, and I want to second it. Sorry.
As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving the employment agreement between the City of Brentwood and Thomas Lloyd Smith.
And I will second it. Yes, all in favor? Aye. Yes, aye. It is official. Welcome to the team
Brentwood.
officially. Yeah. Item H3, sorry, not quite as exciting, Casey. With no less enthusiasm, we welcome you to this. Casey Weichert, Public Works Director, will present the next item regarding solid waste collection services and water rates. But by the time he's done, you might be equally as excited.
Thank you for that. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Staff is presenting this item, seeking direction on a couple of things tonight. The first is related to service levels for the solid waste collection services, and the second is potential changes to upcoming scheduled water rate adjustments. We'll start by discussing the water rates. In 2023, Council adopted a 5-year utility rate study that set the rates through fiscal year 27-28. Finance staff continuously monitors the financial condition of the enterprise funds, and last year determined that the water enterprise was healthy enough that the planned increase of 6.5% for fiscal year 25-26 was not needed. Instead, staff recommended and council approved a 4% increase for water rates. This year, staff's analysis has again determined that the water enterprise fund is healthy enough that the full planned increase of 6.5% for fiscal year 26-27 is not needed. This is due in large part to savings from the Los Vaqueros Dam expansion project cancellation and from higher than expected revenues from increased water usage. Staff is once again recommending council approve reducing the increase from 6.5% to 4%. So that's the simple one. The more complicated item tonight is the solid waste service levels. As you are aware, requirements of SB 1383 have resulted in significant changes to the solid waste collection operations. In particular, organic material, including food waste, can no longer be disposed of in landfills. So now food waste is required to go in the green cart instead of the brown cart. Throughout the rollout of this change, staff has received significant resident feedback about these new requirements, and most of the feedback are concerns with frequency of collection of the green carts. Many residents are worried that biweekly collection of the green carts will result in excessive odors and insects during the hot summer months. Staff's financial analysis of the solid waste enterprise has determined that the solid waste fund is in a financial position to offer increased collection of the green waste without causing additional rate increases. This is due in part to additional revenues collected to support anticipated debt service for the abandoned solid waste organics project, and to some cost savings due to delayed implementation of SB 1383 requirements. Staff has outlined 3 scenarios for council to consider, including staff's recommendation and 2 alternatives. Staff's recommendation tonight is to increase the green waste collection from biweekly to weekly and keep the planned solid waste rate increase of 3 to 5%. This would result in weekly service of the brown and green carts and biweekly collection of blue carts. This option would require one-time costs of approximately $4.5 million for the purchase of 5 new garbage trucks and ongoing costs of approximately $1.7 million per year. The ongoing costs would cover 3 new solid waste drivers, 1 garbage truck mechanic, and the associated operating and maintenance costs like fuel, vehicle maintenance and repairs, insurance, etc. This enhanced service can be accomplished with no increases to the currently adopted rates, which include 3.5% for various services beginning July 1st. Implementation of this recommendation would take 12 to 18 months due to the time that it takes to procure garbage trucks. An alternative option for council's consideration is to leave the solid waste service levels unchanged, meaning continued weekly brown cart service and biweekly service for the green and blue carts. This option would not provide any additional service enhancements, but it does offer the benefit of limiting costs to residents and local businesses. Should council prefer this option, the previously approved rate increases for fiscal year 26-27 and 27-28 could be eliminated and rates could remain unchanged through June 2028. A final alternative for consideration is to increase the service levels to weekly for all 3 carts. Many other nearby agencies have adopted this model as it makes it easier for residents. However, this option comes with additional costs. One-time costs of approximately $6.3 million would be needed to purchase 7 new garbage trucks. Ongoing costs of approximately $2.4 million would be needed to cover 5 new drivers, 1 new truck mechanic, and the associated operating and maintenance costs. This option would require the full implementation of the 3 to 5% increase scheduled for the next 2 fiscal years and would likely require an increase of 1.5% to 2% above inflation during the next rate study that will be up for adoption in 2028. This table shows a side-by-side comparison of staff's recommendation and the alternatives. Staff's recommendation allows council to capitalize on the financial health of the solid waste enterprise to address the main concern expressed by residents during the implementation of the SB 1383 compliance program. This option puts Brentwood more in line with the surrounding city's service levels while still maintaining Brentwood's rates as the lowest of the surrounding agencies. Alternative 1 would further cement Brentwood's rates as the lowest in the area, but will also result in the residents getting less services than those in other cities. Alternative 2 would match the highest service levels, but would come with burden of additional costs for residents. So in summary, staff is recommending that council provide direction tonight for staff to prepare and return with resolutions to implement a 4% water rate increase instead of the previously adopted 6.5% increase, and to increase solid waste service levels to include weekly green waste collection. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Casey. Any questions?
Yes, I think when we discuss and for public comment, can we leave up this slide before the summary so that they can see what all the alternatives are we're going to be discussing, please? Thank you. And thank you for your presentation.
I actually just have one question, and that is in the discussion around increasing recycling as well to weekly, do we ever have complaints about that? Outside of the inconvenience, I mean.
No, we don't get complaints from residents, but from an operational perspective, there are some efficiencies that we can gain and have residual benefits for residents. We have a lot of blue carts, and if we only collect them biweekly and we collect the other 2 weekly, that's going to be extra carts that are on the curbs each week, and some neighborhoods have issues with enough space for the carts and for on-street parking. If we went to weekly blue carts, we would eliminate several thousand carts throughout the city. It might free up some of that on-street parking. So there's a little bit of benefit to it, but there is a significant cost to it as well.
And if we're looking at specifically some neighborhoods that would really benefit from that, but not all neighborhoods would benefit from it?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. If no other questions, moving into public comment, please.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance of tonight's meeting. I have no speaker cards in person, and I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Council discussion.
I think just for clarification on the financials, and this is for the public, the 4.5 million we already have in the enterprise fund. Is that where it's coming from?
That's correct. There are additional reserve funds above the 30% target that are currently there that we have access to now.
Okay, cool. So we can use those, so there's no added for that. The 1.7 million of ongoing, that is headcount fully loaded, plus it says some other electricity, fuel, maintenance. What portion of it is headcount related? And my second part to that is you'll be asking for that headcount during the budget if we approve this, or is that being approved tonight if we do it?
No, you're correct. We will come back in July with that headcount. But to give you an idea of how much of it is headcount, the majority of it is headcount. There's probably 100,000 per year per additional truck that is associated with ongoing costs. The rest of it is personnel related.
Okay, just so that when it comes back, I don't want us going, why are you asking for another 3 headcount? We know why you're asking for the 3 headcount. It's for this purpose.
Correct. It would be 4 headcount, 3 drivers. It would create 3 new routes, and we would have to buy trucks for that. And it also add a headcount for a mechanic to deal with the garbage truck breakdowns and maintenance.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion or a motion?
Maybe just another question for Casey. Just to make it 100% clear, you kind of breezed past it really quickly. Should we pass weekly collection of the green carts? This isn't going to take effect next week, right? It's going to take us a little bit making it through this summer.
Yeah, that's correct. It'll take us roughly a year to a year and a half to actually get the trucks. There's a severe shortage of truck chassis on the market, and it just takes time to get those trucks ordered and then received, and that will be the majority of the delay.
Yeah, and I will say that the mayor and I presented to Trilogy, about 70, 80 people last Friday night. And when we told them this might be a possibility, they all were ecstatic, almost as ecstatic as the stop sign, but they were very, very, very ecstatic. So you're gonna be their favorite person.
So when you're doing any kind of outreach about this, I'm sure you'll be talking about the fact it's going to take a while to implement all of it.
Yeah, we'll certainly roll that out through the social media and all the updates, and we'll be very transparent with how long this is going to take.
So I wanted to say thank you for you and your staff coming to do a presentation to our Rotary Club. We'll try to spread the word. It was a really great presentation. As it pertains to, I know a lot of times the different departments say we'll roll out on social media, but I do know some of our residents don't access our social media. what will be the other outlets that we'll utilize to get this information to people?
Sure, great question. We'll send out notifications in the billing cycle, so we'll send out inserts, so everybody that has an account with us will get notification of it. We also have access to emails. For many of the account holders, that's not a requirement, but for those people that we do have emails, we'll send a direct message to them, in addition to all the social media and posting on our website.
I want to thank you for just bringing this forward, and I really like the staff's recommendation on the slide that does not add an increase of price to the residents, so that's my favorite.
Do we have a motion?
I can make a motion. I move to provide following directions to the staff. Oh, you just took them off the screen. I was going to read that.
The screen back.
So it's the staff recommendation is what I would like to make a motion to move forward with. That does not add any extra expense to the residents, adds the new trucks and the 3 head count and the mechanic.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that motion passes.
Thank you for all
Thank
your
you
work,
very
and
much.
thank you for lowering our water rates.
Okay, moving into item H4, Ricardo Noguera, Economic Development Manager, will present the next item regarding the Economic Development Grant Program priority projects.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm hoping my friend on the other side, we set up. Amanda. Is my screen set? Okay. Can I hit it? Perfect. Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for your patience. So this evening, I'm going to share with you the 26 to 28 priority projects as recommended by the LUD Committee, which met last week. So I'll provide some highlights first for the 26-27. First, council will consider a 2-year budget for the priority projects for these next 2 years. And for 26-27, a total of $277,375 is available to support both priority projects and competitive grants. For this fiscal year, you'll have approximately $204,863 available for competitive grants, and that'll be coming back before you before the LUD Committee next month. For these 2 years, staff is, the proposal is for $72,512 for both fiscal years. Looking back over the past 2 years, from 24-25 and 25-26, there were a total of 5 projects approved by the council. The first is the holiday parade for $8,500. The second is the hometown Halloween for $4,000. The third was the harvest time trail map for $10,000. The fourth was the summer concert series for $50,000. And the fifth, combining the movies in the park and the annual holiday tree lighting for $7,900, for a total of $80,400 per year. The LUD committee met on the 20th, as I shared, and these were the 3 recommendations that came out of the LUD. The first, the harvest time trail map will be funded from the recommended to be funded from the Agricultural Land Fund in the amount of $10,000 per year for the next 2 years through a reimbursement agreement with Harvest Time. This will leave approximately $10,000 to support competitive grants and/or council's proposed winter market. Secondly, the city should maintain the same level of funding for priority projects for the 2-year budget period. And then thirdly, all grant recipients are required to provide receipts for all expenditures associated with the intended purpose of grants, as well as supply attendance figures for those events. Moving forward, the 2 fiscal years we're looking at are a total of 4 projects: the holiday parade at $8,755, the Hometown Halloween at $4,120, Summer Concert Series at $51,500, and Movies in the Park and Annual Holiday Tree Lighting at $8,137 for a grand total of $72,512 for the 2 fiscal years. So what we're asking for this evening is for council to approve the attached resolution and propose allocation of funds for the Economic Development Grant Program Priority Projects category and funding sources in the amount of $72,512 for both fiscal years 26-27 and fiscal years 27-28, and approve allocation of funds for the UPIC Harvest Time and Brentwood Trail Map in the amount of $10,000 for both fiscal years 26-27 and fiscal year 27-28 from the Agricultural Land Fund as recommended by LUD, and authorize the city manager or his designee to execute all grant and reimbursement documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. Any questions? Okay, moving into public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance of tonight's meeting. I have no speaker cards in person and no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Council discussion. I will say I'm very glad we're bringing back the accountability piece. I think speaking in my professional life, I work with a lot of grants, and I've never, ever seen anyone implement a grant and award a grant without having a really strong accountability and follow-up to make sure that if you're going to renew, that there's data to recommend that. So I'm very glad we're bringing that back. If no other discussion, we could use a motion.
Oh my God. As stated in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving the funding of the priority projects category for the Economic Development Grant Program for fiscal years 2026 to 2027 and 2027 to 2028, approving funding for the Harvest Time and Brentwood Trail Map for the Agricultural Land Fund, and authorizing the city manager to execute necessary related documents.
A second.
Actually, I'm sorry, I have a question really quickly. Should it say Agricultural Administration Fund?
I'll correct that to Agriculture Administration Fund.
Okay, and we have the second. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and that motion passes. Thank you, Ricardo. Item F5, Harith Alim, Director of Parks and Recreation, will present this item regarding City Council Administrative Policy Number 50-1, Naming and Dedication of City Facilities.
Madam Mayor, we have a request from a councilman.
Do you want to move this one and the next one to next week?
I was going to suggest the next one, but I am fine with both. Do we want to move these items to the next meeting?
I second that motion.
So the request is to move item H5 and H6 to our next available meeting.
And I will say the only, is there any time sensitivity around Hope Park? Because that went against our policy. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so we don't need a motion for that. We're just going to make it happen. At this point, we're going to move back into informationals, and we will start on my left with Councilmember Orlemans.
Since the last meeting on April 14th, I attended the swearing-in ceremony for Lieutenant Mike Manow, Sergeant Zeke Cepeda, and Sergeant Matt King, who were all promoted from their lower ranks up to those ranks, some of them being a little bit retroactive. The event took place on the 15th, but I think they're effective the 1st. I attended the John Marsh Historic Trust Board meeting. I got the opportunity to play in the Rotary Club poker tournament. Amazing event. I think there were 120 participants, and the Rotary did a phenomenal job of taking care of everyone. We had a great time, and it was good seeing everybody just relaxing and having fun. I attended the wine trolley event. The majority of my time spent out at Serendipity. I had a board meeting. I had several residents calling and asking to get together and have discussions about city events. So I just made it coffee, and we got together, and a lot of great questions, a lot of great ideas came out of it. So I appreciate the phone calls and the requests. Yesterday afternoon, or yesterday all day, Powell had their annual golf tournament, which has taken place for the last 20 plus years out at Discovery Bay. We started out there 6:30 in the morning, set up. I think tea time was 11. I had to leave right after that, and then it went well past dinner, but I understand it was a phenomenal event the entire day. Did a great job of raising money for Powell. And then agenda review yesterday.
Thank you, Councilmember Maloney.
My informational report is going to be short and quick. I was away on vacation this past week. So I've met with members of the Contra Costa Wine Growers Association to discuss connecting them with various restaurant associations. I also met with and spoke with members of the Downtown Brentwood Coalition and the East County Historical Society in regards to the Historical Preservation Month and a potential collaboration for them. So I'm super excited about that. Mary Black talked about it earlier. I also had a meeting with the Director of Marketing of Streets of Brentwood, Dana Duray, and provided her with all the information from the Bay Area Host Committee in regards to any type of FIFA showings for the upcoming FIFA that's coming around here. And I've also visited, I missed the soft opening for Handles, so I stopped by when I got back to just check out their place, and it was awesome. So thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you. Since the last time I met, attended a Cal Cities Latino Caucus members meeting, attended the Seroptimus Scholars Dinner, where they honored a lot of the local high schoolers. Community Day of Service, thank you to staff, everyone in Park and Rec, thank you so much to the mayor, to Julie Deck, and to Amy Tilley for all of the work that they do. And it's a great day where you bring together so many people that give back in one day. Attended our LUD meeting. I was in Sacramento for 2 days for Cal City's legislative advocacy on behalf of the Latino Caucus and the city of Brentwood. I did mention up housing and local control as much as I could. Again, we were at Trilogy on Friday night, and it was an amazing group of ladies that we were supposed to be there like 45 minutes, I think, and I think we were probably there for an hour and a half. They had so many questions about what goes on in the city, and I cannot tell you how many times they said thank you for the stop sign. I just can't, I mean, it's been so long, and they still, like, it is the highlight of their year, I think. So thank you for that stop sign. Went to the Youth Commission Multicultural Day. Thank you to the Youth Commission. They do such a good job. Attended the Isaac Montañez car show. And I think that is about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I attended the LUD meeting, participated in the fundraiser with Rotary for the Texas Hold'em Drive. I was happy to see Councilmember Orlemans there. I didn't know what the heck, I don't know how to play poker, but I actually was one of the top winners at the table. So until I gave all my chips away, because my husband, I thought he was ready to go. Anyway, it's a great time, great charity, great for polio and eradication worldwide. Attended today the East Bay Business Expo, which is always well put together by the Chamber of Commerce, and all of our community representatives, businesses came together. And I went to the recording of our State of the City. I would like to shout out really fast, I got to go to the Adams Middle School as a chaperone for a choir competition. Daughter happens to be in choir, and I just wanted to shout out the Adams Middle School choir, jazz band, and orchestra. They all won first place amongst schools all around Northern California, but one of our middle school, bunch of kids, we drove them 2 big buses. I think there were at least 80 kids in chaperone. So shout out to Ms. Greff and Mr. Fallon for all their hard work with our youth. And then I really want to take a moment to say thank you to Julie Deck, Amy Tilley, but thank you to Mayor Meyer for creating a space where we're reminded of how important it is for each of us to give back. Many hands make light work is what I said that day. I had the privilege of bringing, and more showed up when we got to the Veterans Building to pull weeds. About 20 children, majority of them students from Brentwood, from our Jack and Jill of America and their parents. And it started in our household from my kids ordering gloves for Hijas de Campos, from my kids going in their closet and pulling clothing to donate for the clothing drive. It was a household production. My husband flipped pancakes with Rotary. And so I appreciate you creating space in our city to do so much. And that meant a lot to us to be here. And actually, after we did the Community Day of Service, I had the opportunity to bring all the kids in the chamber, and they sat here and took photos, and they all wanted your chair, which was really cute. So thank you so much. And it was a great one. So thanks.
One thing I forgot. Can we just say congratulations to 2 Liberty High graduates, Peyton Zorick, who was drafted by the LA Rams this weekend, and Jacob Spalmer, who was drafted by the LA Chargers. And I went to elementary with Jacob's mom, who now lives out here in Brentwood. So I've known her since I was 5 years old. So we're very proud of him and what he's doing.
Congratulations to them, for sure. Okay, since last time we met, I also attended the promotion ceremony at the police department. Lieutenant Manow and Sergeant Cepeda and Sergeant King, major congratulations. It was so heartwarming to see families there supporting their loved ones and being proud of them and filming them and everything. It just was really, really nicely done. Had a final planning meeting for the Community Day of Service. I attended the first annual All Abilities Fair at the Senior Center. So many staff members came. Harith, your team was phenomenal on that. Terrence and Harold, thank you for showing up. I don't know if I missed anybody on that one, but a lot of work went into that. And for the first annual, it was packed. There was clearly a lot of people looking for those specific resources. And what really touched me too is there was a lot of families who brought either their children or their adult dependent children with disabilities. And everyone was welcome. And they were just kind of maneuvering around and chatting up with everyone. It was really well done. Attended the Easter Optimists of the Delta Student Awards Dinner. I watched the LUD meeting and the Planning Commission meeting. I attended a Victims' Rights Recognition Ceremony hosted by DA Becton, Tri-Delta Transit Board meeting. I did attend the Get the Scoop Town Hall with the City Manager. Again, very well done. Was very, very proud of our City Manager for being bold and standing up and making the comments that he did, and loved to see so many staff there really helping to support that work and stepping up and answering questions when needed. The trilogy presentation to the Women of Wisdom, wow, with Councilmember Mendoza. And yes, it was a huge success in Casey. Not only were they excited when that news came through, but it was just made public in the agenda the day before, so we felt we could share it. There was actually applause. They were very excited about that. The Youth Commission Annual Multicultural Fair, they did a great job. Again, they always do. They always come through and make this a really special event. I attended the Liberty Union Hall of Fame Awards. Of course, today, the Brentwood Lions Youth and Government Day. Another really, really great, everyone comes together to make this a very special thing. We still have one youth and government representative here. Yes, yes. He's sticking it out. Thank you, very nicely done. Questions were fantastic. Thomas and I did some tag teaming for part of it, and people just came forward with this really great curiosity and interest, and I was just so impressed, and I can't wait to come to the mock city council meeting. People should join us if you're listening next Monday. The State of the City filming, I have to thank Harold and his team and Weblative for this whole process. It's been, we did the video for the first time last year, and Harold had some goals about making things different and bringing more community into it. And so you'll see when you watch it, hopefully if you haven't registered yet, please register. Go to the website, brentwoodca.gov. On the carousel, you'll see State of the City. Click on that and you can register for Monday, May 18th, 6 p.m. at the Delta. So please register. I think we're at 80 people now or so. So it's filling up, but it's been a really great experience and I appreciate all of your input on that. Let's see. Oh, also going back for a moment to the Trilogy event, I just have to say thank you to staff because this was a very as Councilmember Mendoza mentioned, it was a very large crowd, 70 to 80 people, a lot of expectations. They had a lot of things that they wanted us ahead of time to prepare. We showed them last year's State of the City, but staff came through with economic development information, finance information, printed activities books, Harvest Time magazines. I don't think I'm forgetting anything that staff prepared for us. The concerts in the park flyers. So really, really helpful with all of that. Thank you so much for that. And then back to the 3rd Annual Community Day of Service. We had, the numbers came in, it looks like around 500 volunteers and 20 nonprofit projects. Yeah, really, really great. And I also want to thank Amy Tilley and Julie Deck, but I also want to thank Amanda Cheney, who was the Parks and Rec representative to help with this process. She was part of our team, changed the entire thing in really incredible ways to bring efficiencies and bring more, just kind of, just like layers of preparation. It was really well done. There were so many, I'm gonna thank a few people, so please bear with me. There were so many volunteer groups, and the Jack and Jill of America was definitely one, with Tongan Lions, Rotary, Sir Optimus, Working Wonders, Youth Commissioners. I think we had Amazon, we had Girl Scouts. Hope I'm not forgetting too many people, but Rotary and the Pancakes, Lions on the Fruit and Coffee, Dutch Brothers donated that. We had Farm 121 Sanitation, Grocery Outlet donated, Best Day Ever Photos, Contra Costa Wine Growers Association, Dutch Brothers, and then Tri-Delta Transit helped with promotion. I think I've covered it all. It was a long list. There were so many people in the community involved with this. A lot of staff showed up. Thank you so much if you were able to do that. Can't wait to do it again next year. It just keeps getting more and more like heartwarming and fulfilling, and just to see people coming together and supporting nonprofits and what they do in our city is just wonderful. So with that, I think that's it. Yes. Oh, and I was going to ask Harold to speak too. When you're done, Thomas?
Oh, I was just going to recommend, when you're ready, I was going to recommend a motion to postpone for items H5 and H6 until the May 12th meeting. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And Vice Mayor?
I just wanted to say, because we want to be back, got a wonderful presentation by Brentwood Powell. Please come out to the parade on May 2nd, the Unified Prom. It's amazing when you brought up that. So I think it begins at 5 or 5:30. Yeah, Star Wars theme, which is really cool. So yeah, we're not going to wait till May the 4th be with us. We're going to come out May 2nd and support all of our youth and the Unified Prom and our families who have children who are differently abled.
And Harold?
Mayor, I attended much of the same events that you guys had attended, so I'll just go ahead and pass.
Okay, so can someone make a motion at the request of Thomas?
I make a motion for us to move to the
Postpone.
next. Make a motion to postpone items H5 and H6 to the May 12th meeting. Thank you so much.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Those items are postponed. Any requests for new agenda items? If not, we need a motion to adjourn.
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
I will second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.